Chapter 219. Swan, the mercenary, will stay in Flower Town and observe for a few days. This is a good sign, indicating that she has developed a good impression of Flower Town and List. The next few days are the time for the good impression to be fixed. Of course, it is also possible that the good impression will turn into a bad impression. But the probability is small. List is confident about this. Now Flower Town is clean, hygienic, the roads are spacious, the civilians have houses to live in, clothes to wear, food to eat, and even a little surplus. The patrol is no longer a rogue organization, the security is not closed at night, at least there will be no theft. Although the town is rural and not prosperous, but under the governance of more than half a year, there has been a lot of improvement. This will undoubtedly add a lot of good impressions. Selling serfs is indeed disgraceful, but basically the aristocracy will sell slaves, not me. Moreover, the serfs have come to Flower Town and their lives have not been wronged. They have been assigned houses, clothes, food, and fields, and their quality of life may have improved. This does not add points, but it also does not lose points. This is the social system. The mercenary Swan claimed to have killed many baron, and it was difficult to tell whether it was true or not. But she certainly understood that what List did was already relatively good among the aristocracy. And most importantly, Maggie has a good life in Flower Town and has a new family. She and Mrs. Harriet formed a contract mother and daughter. It was a stroke of genius. Thinking of this, List felt that there was no reason not to keep the well-built mercenary. Contract mother and daughter are no different from real mother and daughter in law and morality. If the mercenary Swan wants to take Maggie away, she must first break up the mother-daughter relationship between them, but the point is Maggie willing? List has been paying attention to Maggie and knows that Mrs. Harriet really treats Maggie like a daughter. The little maid's heart has long been melted. Maggie is not a cold little girl, and if she knows how to be grateful, she certainly does not want to hurt Mrs. Harriet. So, I have to secretly send someone to remind Mrs. Harriet, and at the critical moment, let her keep Maggie, and then use Maggie's mouth to keep the mercenary. Irene also has to continue to strengthen, so that the maids feel the love of the castle and the atmosphere of a big family. Finally, he made the most important decision based on his many failed attempts to woo a girl. Women are emotional. Perhaps there are countless benefits in Flower Town, but the mercenaries may not appreciate it. However, a warm action to buy her heart might change her mind. That night, only Gort and Isaiah came to the banquet. The others continued to be responsible for arranging new serfs. Without waiting for the dishes to be served, Gort asked, "Sir, what is Ms. Swan's status? Is it appropriate for me to put her in a new house in the aristocratic district? Perhaps an enemy, perhaps a friend. It all depends on her choice." List did not directly reveal the other party's identity. Instead, he said, "Consultant Gort, please tell Carl and Ram that the patrol team should pay more attention to her movements. Don't let her get close to the flame mushroom workshop, the soap workshop, and the wine workshop. The worm protection team must protect the worm stalks, especially those in the Garden of Thorns." "You confuse me." Gort shrugged. "However, as you wish, I will tell Carl and Ram." List said to Isaiah, "When the new serfs arrive, clothing, food, and housing should be arranged properly. I will have the caravan urgently purchase a batch of quilts and cotton-padded clothes. Don't be afraid to spend money. It is most important to take care of the serfs' lives. Let the serfs feel the warmth of Flower Town in winter." Gort patted Isaiah on the shoulder and blinked. "Yes, let the serfs feel the warmth of home. And Ms. Swan, she should see this scene and feel the warmth of Flower Town." Isaiah was not a fool and quickly understood. Of course, Flower Town has a benevolent lord. For all civilians, this is a warm home. List smiled and raised his glass. "Cheers. Cheers. Sleep at night." Using the magic eye, List carefully examined the castle to make sure there were no mercenaries lurking. List brought Dosen to the castle hall and let him sleep in the hall. She watched as Carter locked the castle gate with her own eyes. Then he bolted the bedroom door and lay down on the bed. He couldn't sleep, and he was thinking about the mercenary Swan. He had mixed feelings about this thief who spies on the Lord. Because of the smoke mission, he naturally felt that subduing the other party was in line with the meaning of the reward. But the information revealed in Swan's words did not affect his senses. The other party claimed to have killed many Baron, which was clearly on the opposite side of the aristocracy. List was also an aristocrat, and his ass determined his head. He would never allow anyone who tried to shake the aristocratic rule to exist. Swan is Maggie's sister, so she should be from the Eagle Kingdom, and the one she killed should be the Baron of the Eagle Kingdom. I hope so. If she killed someone from the Sapphire Kingdom, then I should never let her live. In fact, I was still too hasty. He turned over and continued to think. I should first investigate her background and then decide whether to subdue her. The smoke mission has affected my judgment. I should restrain this dependence. He thought that the smoke mission was a conspiracy of a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Such a manipulator obviously could not resist. But now that he guessed that the smoke mission was the product of the smoke dragon, it was just the control of fate, which gave him an independent choice. People's fate should be in their own hands, not to be a puppet. If it's good for me, take it, and if it's bad for me, throw it away. His restless mind calmed down little by little. No matter how beautiful Swan's face is under the veil, as long as she is not in my interest, she must not be left. Even if because of Maggie, she will not endanger Flower Town and my rule, she must be sent away. Of course, these were all assumptions. They had only met for the first time, and it was difficult to judge whether what she said was true or false. Her identity and background were also difficult to guess. From Maggie, her sister had gone to learn magic. Judging from Swan's dress, she was a mercenary and cultivated chi. But she also knew invisibility. Although the principle was not clear, it should be a kind of magic. Moreover, the description in the smoke mission was that she was called a thief. So whether she was a knight or a magician, it was unknown. Whether she was a mercenary or a thief, it was also unknown. Touching the red blood sword at the bedside, List had completely calmed down. Since she is here, I can't decide whether she will come to the Flower Town or not, but I must decide whether she can stay or not. Chapter 220. Swan strolled through the streets of Flower Town. The snow had stopped last night. The road had been shoveled out of the snow, revealing the gravel road on the ground. Compared with the stone roads she had seen in big cities, this kind of gravel road was very simple. But for a small town, it was very bold to be able to lay a gravel road. No matter which country, most small towns had dirt roads. The patrols, with a smile, maintained the order of the new serfs and began to distribute clothes. The clothes were thick cotton-padded clothes, without cutting corners. After a while, the serfs began to transport the prepared food to the residential area and provided it to the new serfs through the team organized by the town officials. The food was plentiful. Although it was only beans and black bread, everyone was given a kind of shellfish. She had inquired about it. It was seafood, a delicious food given to Lord List by the sea. Last night, she tasted the seafood and found it tasted good. It was said that Flower Town relied on seafood to let everyone live a full life. From the color on the faces of the civilians, she knew it was true. Compared with the dishes common to the serfs in the countryside, the serfs here had ruddy faces. They wore thick cotton-padded clothes, smiled when working, and received a copper or two as a salary. It was hard to believe that such a life would appear in a small rural town. Not long after, she had arrived at the wheat settlement. Chickens crowed one after another in the settlement, and she could see the serfs taking out the leftover bread crumbs and some wheat bran to feed the big and small chickens. She also passed a pig farm with more than a dozen fat pigs. Everything showed that this was a rich town. Not only was the castle rich, the town rich, but even the village farm was rich. A very quiet village. She suddenly remembered her hometown, also in a small town, a village farm like the wheat settlement, but more dilapidated. The local lord's taxes were too heavy and excessive, resulting in serfs not having enough to eat. Her family also did not have enough to eat. Her parents planned to marry her to a crippled old man in the village. She was only 15 years old at that time. The crippled old man was in his 50s, his folds could catch flies, and he looked like he would die at any time. After mustering up her courage, she ran away from home early the next morning. Just as she was about to leave the village, she happened to hear serfs working in the fields at the entrance of the village singing their hometown songs. My hometown is in this village. I was born and raised here. Don't be fooled by the size of this village. At that moment, her tears flowed freely, but she had no regrets. For years passed in the blink of an eye. Too many things remained the same, but the people had changed. When she finally had the ability to rewrite her own future, she heard that the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom was going to war with the Eagle Kingdom again, so she embarked on the journey back home, ready to pick up her family. However, when he returned to his hometown, it was already a scene of devastation. Her hometown had not been destroyed in the war. Instead, it had been slaughtered by a group of mercenaries. Her parents' corpses had already been eaten by wild dogs. However, she had also received a clue that her little sister was still alive. So she chased him all the way from the Kingdom of Eagle to the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. He had finally found his sister in this remote village on the island. "Good morning, Captain Swan." Suddenly, a stuttering greeting pulled Swan back to reality from her memories. She turned her head and saw that it was a little slave girl. It seemed that on the ship, the little slave girl fell down, and she took her to get a meal. "It's you." The little slave girl had changed into cotton-padded clothes. They were a little big, but they looked very warm. Her face had also been washed. Although there was still a trace of malnutrition, her spirit had recovered. After the serpentine greeting, she immediately changed to Wind Whisper, and her tone became lively. "Captain Swan, are you the Lord of Flower Town?" Swan then asked, "Do you like Flower Town?" "Well, I like Flower Town. Mr. and Mrs. Brown are good people. I also met Onija, who, like me, is a serf who came by ship from another continent. She has been practicing Qi with the knight." "Do you know Qi?" "Ah, a big man like you must have practiced Qi. Female slaves can also practice Qi?" "Yes," Onija asked her instructor, Lord Ram. "All girls can go to class. In a few days, I can also practice Qi. Well, I want to be as powerful as Captain Swan. Don't you want to go home?" "Home?" A trace of confusion appeared on the little slave girl's face. She lowered her head and seemed to think of something. "But Leah has no home." But soon, she raised her head again. Mr. and Mrs. Brown said that Leah should make Flower Town her home. Swan was stunned, then smiled and said, "Then make it home." Eating breakfast. List habitually called out the smoke mission. Although he had to restrain his dependence on the smoke mission was really useful. He couldn't help but think about the smoke mission every day. If you can catch the tail of fate, you must try your best to pull it. Keep the opportunity, don't waste it. However, this time, the smoke mission has changed for a long time. The ethereal serpentine is no longer the familiar words, but the serpentine that only appeared once. The mission has changed. Immediately, a new smoke mission was issued. Mission: in the snow-covered Flower Town, workers work and sweat every day, but they can't get enough hot water to wash. It is easy to catch a cold. The Lord should take this into account and build a bathhouse for men and women. Reward: a new variety of flame mushroom. The monkey hasn't been bought yet. The mission was obviously not completed, but now it has changed. List recalled the mission of The Diary of the Descendants of Philip's Sons. He did not promote the contract between Phil and Jesse until now. But he searched Phil's leathersmith shop and got the diary that was supposed to be the reward in advance, and the mission changed immediately. This time, it is likely that the same reason has led to the change of the mission. The smoke mission prompt says that the mission has changed, not that the mission has failed. Is the reward for my thief already in place? He thought of the possibility that Swan might already have someone in her heart. But he felt that the progress was too fast. He was very confused about this mercenary who could make herself invisible. She must have value, and her invisibility alone is worth subduing. But there are also hidden threats. Killing aristocrats and unknown origins have violated his taboo. So he was ready for a protracted war. He never expected that the other party would surrender so quickly. It even made him sigh, alas, I thought it was a guardian boss, but I didn't expect it to be just a cutscene animation. Is it because you are flustered, or is my charm too high? He picked up Mrs. Abby's new invention of steamed bread, smeared it with beef mince and mustard, and took a bite. It's dry and hard. It's not as soft as a real steamed bread, and it needs to be improved. Whether Swan has someone in her heart or not, the original plan should continue, and the investigation of her background should be accelerated. The construction of the 2 bathhouses must start immediately. I just designed the bathtub hot spring, and the smoke mission keeps pace with the times, letting me build the bathhouse. Chapter 221. Riding Dosen. Arriving at the open space of the Barley settlement, List inspected children of all ages and taught them how to take night training lessons. He did not ride Black Dragon because Dosen could give him a sense of security. It can add to the powerful image of the Lord, imprinting a noble brand in the hearts of these children. The Lord riding intermediate world of Warcraft is incredibly powerful. It is a very lucky thing to be able to farm for the Lord. Letting one of his deputies continue to guide the training of the girls, Rom saluted List. Good day, sir. Good day, Rom. Rom then began to introduce the training progress of this group of girls. The talented and untalented girls can basically be distinguished from the training. The so-called talent, one is physical fitness, and the other is psychological quality. Talented children would definitely be tall and sturdy, and they would be able to endure hardships and work hard. As for the issue of IQ, the importance is secondary. After all, List is only training a group of female serfs who can farm and do heavy work. He is not really training female knight. Rom, pay more attention to the health of the girls. Train in the snow, don't let them catch cold. After sweating, take them back immediately. Rom replied, there is a stove in the lounge next to it. Every time we rest, we will let them go in to warm themselves. List nodded. Although it is summer training and winter training, but after all, they are little girls, and the training can't be too hard. He thought of a plan and said to Rom, this wasteland is still too simple. I plan to use this wasteland, referred to as the Night Square, for night training in the future. Rom supports the Lord's decision. With a dedicated Night Square, both instructors and children can enjoy convenience and make training more professional. With a cafeteria and classroom, cultural classes will also be held here in the future. List thought further ahead. He not only wanted serfs to farm, but also wanted literate clerks to do paperwork. In the future, the development of Black Horse Island will require a lot of talents. It is difficult to guarantee the availability of talents by buying, so it is better to start training now. After talking about the construction of the Night Square, he soon turned his attention to Maggie, who was training with the girls. The 9-year-old maid, Maggie, was very serious and meticulous in her movements. Last night, List called old Granddad over and chatted with him for a long time. The topic was mainly about Maggie. He asked old Granddad to get in touch with Harriet's family, vaguely revealing that, the Lord appreciates Maggie, the way the contract mother and daughter get along is very good, I hope you can continue to love each other, and so on. All in all, it was a hint to the Harriet family that Maggie was indispensable. Then they naturally knew how to keep Maggie. If Swan wanted to take Maggie away by force, this would be the foreshadowing. If Swan did not want to, the foreshadowing would not be a loss. If List wanted to expel Swan, Maggie would stay to prevent retaliation. He was watching Maggie. Suddenly, out of the corner of List's eye, he saw Swan coming over. He turned his head and nodded faintly to Swan. It was a greeting, not enthusiastic, but very natural. Swan came straight over. As she approached, Dosen sniffed the air with his nose and suddenly growled at Swan. If it weren't for List's soothing, he would have pounced on her directly. Intermediate World of Warcraft Flying Dust Dog, a rare mutated bloodline, Baron's territory is full of surprises. Swan said, not seeming to be afraid of Dosen. Some of her actions were deliberately mystifying, but it was hard for List to distinguish. You will naturally reap rewards when you manage the territory with care. Ms. Swan seems to be very experienced. Can you evaluate how Flower Town compares to small towns in other countries? It is far from prosperous, but it has great potential. The territory is rich in products. I heard that you also have an elf that produces potions. The development of Flower Town will come soon. Not soon, but it's happening. List said proudly, at the time of the enfeoffment, Flower Town was poor, with a population of less than 2,000. They were hungry, especially in winter. Now Flower Town has a population of more than 3,500, and everyone is full. It is unique on Coral Island. Swan said, but half of the population are serfs you sold. If you don't buy them, they may still live a stable life in their hometown. If I don't buy them, someone else will buy them. It's not me who destroys their stable life, but the incompetent lords who can't protect their people. The knight has a gun and a sword, enjoys the support of the people, and naturally has to protect the safety of the people. When they come to Flower Town, their safety will be handed over to me. No sale, no killing. List directly stole the concept and changed it to no killing, no sale. But are you sure you can protect these people and not one day, they will be sold as serfs again? Swan looked at List with burning eyes. Was he going to test him? List's thoughts flashed across his mind. It seemed to be the same routine he had used before he joined the faction. Chuckling softly, I cannot guarantee that I am strong enough to be fearless, but in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, it is not difficult for me to shelter the Flower Town. My father is the Earl of Coral Island, and my grandfather is the Marquis of Red Crab Island. My mount is an intermediate World of Warcraft, my long sword is a gem weapon, and I have a fairy that produces potions. He looked into the distance. His handsome face shone brightly under the sunlight. No one can give them peace and tranquility more than me. It was very infectious. However, the mercenary was not easy to fool. Maybe one day on the battlefield, you will suddenly die and lose your lord. The Flower Town's fate is not necessarily better than that of the captured serfs. List continued to smile. That's why I have to accumulate strength and practice hard every day. My talent may not be outstanding, and I only broke through to become an Earth Knight after adulthood, but after 6 months, I can already defeat an elite Earth Knight. I will continue to recruit Knight, form a Knight squad, and guard Flower Town. Really, I hate the hypocrisy and belligerence of the aristocracy. Swan said calmly with a little sigh. Although you are also a hypocritical aristocrat, at least you do not have the misdeeds of the aristocracy. Flower Town, a small town on an overseas island, may really be able to enjoy peace. Not waiting for List to speak, she regained her calm tone and said directly, Baron, I hope to take my sister away, or buy her for 20 silver coins. You are wrong on 2 points. List has seen the other party's psychological retreat. At this moment, it is necessary for the enemy to retreat. He said sternly, First, I will not buy or sell any civilians in Flower Town. Second, I have asked Irene, she has no sister, and I have sent someone to Coral City to ask her parents. I am more willing to believe in her parents. I am not talking about Irene. List stared. What? She was a little unconfident. I am talking about a slave girl you bought. She is my sister, so I chased her all the way to Coral Island. The time for a showdown has arrived. Chapter 222. The strategy of the enemy retreating is that when you are righteous and others are wronged, you can make a loud noise. Of course, moderation is necessary. Otherwise, if the other party is irritated, they may directly attack. If I offended you, Baron, I apologize. Swan's expression was covered by a veil and could not be seen clearly, but her eyes were a little evasive, unable to look directly at List's eyes. But I have to take my sister away. If I heard correctly, you are not opposed to family reunion. Do you really have a sister who was trafficked to Flower Town, rather than coming to Flower Town with bad intentions? List saw that the time was almost right and gave the other party a way out. Swan really followed the steps down. Do you think I would come to such a remote town on a remote island in a remote island country with bad intentions? List pointed to several lounges on the training ground. Let's go to the lounge and talk. The manservant Thomas added firewood to the stove in the lounge, got up and retreated, and stood outside the door with Dosen. In the room, only List and Swan were sitting by the fire. Flower Town is my territory, and you are the first uninvited guest of the castle. I believe that you are looking for your sister, so why did you sneak into my study and spy on me? As I said before, I was going to kill the lord who sold serfs and take my sister away. Swan said calmly, and when she saw the disapproval on List's face, she added, don't show that expression. Once my strength breaks out, your father, the wave sword sage Li William, can't keep me. List was really surprised. Are you a sky knight? Or a great magician? If she was really so powerful, then his so-called strategy was simply walking a tightrope. He also took a look at Dosen outside the door, and barely calmed down. Neither. Swan suddenly smiled lightly, with a sense of playfulness. Have you heard of a servant? Servant? List had never heard of it. Swan smiled again. It was a teasing smile, but it felt like a self-deprecating one. Putting away her smile, she continued, I saw my sister in the kitchen. She was very happy here and even praised you in private, so I went upstairs to see what kind of lord could receive the sincere praise of his subjects. I was going to take a look and leave, but I didn't expect you to see through my invisibility spell. The other party had indeed wanted to kill him, but he had given up on it. List still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't know if the other party was lying or not. Fortunately, the adult soul was able to control its emotions and replied generously, so, it was just a misunderstanding, and now the misunderstanding has been resolved. So, which maid of the castle is your sister? Maggie, she's training outside. Oh, it's Maggie. List breathed a sigh of relief. At least the other party seemed to have reached an agreement. He shouted towards the door, Thomas, tell Rome to bring a little girl named Maggie over. Yes, master. After a short while, Rome came in with Maggie. Maggie looked at Swan curiously, and then greeted List, Master, what can I do for you? List waved his hand and let Rome leave. He looked at Swan again, indicating with his eyes that she should speak, or he should speak. Swan nodded, indicating that she should speak. She took a deep breath, stretched out her hand, and took off the veil on her face, revealing a beautiful face. According to List's aesthetic standards, out of 10, he could give her 8. 5 points. Whether it was the face shape or the facial features, they were very delicate. The main flaw was that there were a few freckles, which ruined the beauty. Such a face was not a surprise, but it was definitely not a disillusionment. As soon as she took off the veil, Maggie's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it. Until Swan spoke, in the wind language, "Maggie, sister." Maggie also shouted in the wind language. Then the two of them hugged each other tightly. This picture was very touching. But List looked speechless. "Who can translate it for me?" Margie said, "Sister," and I got that, but what did Swan say? Looking at the two sisters, it seemed that there was no end to what they had to say, and all that came out was the wind language. He regretted that he should have asked old Grandette to come over. Without an interpreter, he didn't know what they were talking about. But soon. Not knowing what Swan said, Maggie suddenly hesitated and stammered. List quickly interjected, "Maggie, what is your sister saying?" "Sister, I hope I will go home with her." Maggie explained in snake language, "But, Master, Mrs. Harriet and she is my mother." Swan also turned to snake language, "But I am your sister, the closest sister, Mrs. Harriet is just your contract mother." Maggie stammered again. List immediately shouted out the door, "Thomas, go and ask Mrs. Harriet and Mr. Harriet to come over." Then he said to Swan, "You are Maggie's sister, no one can change that, but I think maybe we should inform Mrs. Harriet, she really treats Maggie as her own daughter." Swan took a deep look at Maggie and nodded slowly. The atmosphere became silent. Neither Swan nor Maggie spoke, and List just kept smiling. When Maggie peeked at him, his smile was even brighter. It could be seen that the little maid liked Flower Town and didn't want to leave with her sister. It didn't take long for Harriet's family to arrive, including her son and daughter-in-law. Mrs. Harriet, who had been hinted at by old Grandette, burst into tears as soon as she appeared. "Maggie, my daughter, my God, are you leaving me?" Maggie bowed her head in shame and moved. "I'm not, Mom." Mrs. Harriet put her arms around Maggie. "Really, you won't leave Mom? That's great. By the way, this is your sister, the magician sister you mentioned?" "Well, she's my sister, Paris." "Hello, magician." Mrs. Harriet quickly saluted. Swan didn't know what to say. She was only 19 years old this year, the same age as Elvira. She could only nod at once. "Yes, I'm Maggie's sister, Paris, but I'm not a magician." "Ah, Lady Paris, I don't object to you taking Maggie away, but I really don't want to part with Maggie. I've always wanted to have a daughter. I heard that Maggie's biological parents have died. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned this, but I hope to do my duty as a mother and take care of Maggie." Mrs. Harriet, who ran the grocery store, was very talkative and talked a lot. It made Swan, or Paris, feel like she was committing a crime by taking Maggie away. List kept a smile on his face. In his heart, he thought, "Paris, a good name. If there is no problem with her background and her strength is as strong as she said, it is not a bad idea to keep her." Then again, what is the profession of a servant? Why is it so mysterious? I'll have to ask carefully later. Chapter 223. On the same day. Maggie did not follow Paris and stayed at Mrs. Harriet's house. Paris also had her lunch at Mrs. Harriet's house. List did not immediately get to the bottom of it and interrogate Paris about her background. Just like putting a long line to catch a big fish, the fishing line could not be in a tight state all the time, so the big fish would break it. What needed to be done was to relax and tighten the line, constantly trembling, and consume the strength of the big fish, and finally catch the big fish. The life of a lord was quite boring. Therefore, List had plenty of time to enjoy this means of manipulating people's minds. A lord who could not manipulate people's minds was not a qualified lord. Whether it was tempting with benefits, bewitching with honor, or even threatening to bind, they were all means of manipulation. After lunch, he met with old Grandette again and told the other party, "Go and remind Mrs. Harriet that the way for Maggie not to leave is actually very simple. Just let her sister Paris stay in Flower Town." Old Grandette, now a town official, was full of energy. "Sir, perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to talk to Dennis and let him remind Harriet. Dennis was Mrs. Harriet's husband. Yes. Old Grandette took the order and left. In the afternoon, List thought that Maggie would ask for a leave to accompany her sister. However, unexpectedly, Maggie followed the other little maids and little servants to the castle to start her internship. "Mr. Carter, call Maggie." "Yes, master." When Maggie arrived, List asked directly, "Maggie, why don't you go and accompany your sister? You can ask for a leave." "Master, I want to work, stay in Flower Town. I don't want to leave." Maggie was now both happy and troubled. Her sister, whom she thought about day and night, appeared as promised, but she did not want to leave Harriet's family, this beautiful town, and the benevolent lord. She may be very young, but she had seen the lord of her hometown, riding on a tall horse, whipping the serfs at every turn. Once, her father was severely whipped by Sir Lord 10 times. But in Flower Town, she had never seen List whip anyone. Even if he did whip someone, it was an official punishing a commoner who had made a mistake. In her simple view, a benevolent lord was worth following. "It's all right, Maggie. If you don't want to leave, either Mrs. Harriet or I will let you stay. Now go back and accompany your sister. I'll ask Mr. Carter to give you half a day off." "Master, can I really stay?" "Yes." Maggie happily went back on vacation and found her sister. The two sisters strolled around Flower Town for an afternoon. Maggie shared the peanuts she fried in the castle kitchen, and then Paris gave her a pendant. The pendant wasn't very beautiful, because what hung from it weren't gems or crystals, but 2 wrinkled leaves, one big and one small. "Take her, Maggie, and don't lose her." "What leaves are they, sister?" "The large leaves with wavy edges are oak leaves, and the small oblong leaves are mistletoe leaves." Paris explained, mistletoe is a parasitic plant on the oak tree. It represents hope and fertility, and the oak tree represents strength and unyielding. Maggie understood and put the pendant into her clothes. "Sister, are you leaving?" "Maggie, leave with me. Let's go home." Maggie lowered her head. "But Mom and Dad were killed, and our village was destroyed. What can we do if we go back?" "This, sister, will protect you. We can find a place and start a new life." Paris flexed her biceps. "You have to believe in sister's strength. Although I haven't become a mage, I'm stronger than one. But I feel that Flower Town is quite good. Sir Lord will protect us. Besides, I have a new mother. Mrs. Harriet is my mother." Dinner was still at Mrs. Harriet's house. Once again, Paris proposed to take Maggie away. At this time, Mrs. Harriet, who had already been informed, quietly asked, "Paris, why do you insist on letting Maggie leave with you? She's just a 9-year-old girl. How can she adapt to a wandering life?" "I will take care of her, Mrs. Harriet." "Of course I know, you are her sister, but have you ever thought about it?" "Thought about what?" "Staying in Flower Town." Mrs. Harriet laughed. "If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can stay in Flower Town, can't you? I have lived in Flower Town for 20 years. It is quiet and undisturbed here. My son grew up and got married here. He is about to have a child. Maggie can also grow up here." Paris had never thought about that. But after a moment, she felt that it was indeed an interesting proposal. She came all the way to Coral Island in order to rescue her sister who was sold. However, her sister was living a good life, so what was the point of this rescue? Why was she so obsessed with taking her sister away? "I will think about it, Mrs. Harriet. Thank you for your hospitality." That night, Paris did not mention taking Maggie away again. She still lived in the aristocratic residential area. Of course, List generously waived her accommodation costs. He had learned about the progress of Paris and Maggie through old Grandette and others. He knew that things were settled. Probably tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, Paris will ask to stay. If she is outside, there is no reason to go back. But beyond List's plan, Paris visited the castle that night. This time she did not rely on invisibility to sneak in, but showed up to visit and was left in the hall by Carter. When Carter knocked on the door and entered the study to ask for instructions, List, who was reading, nodded calmly. Invite her into the study and make 2 cups of milk tea. A moment later, Paris was brought in by Carter. After sitting down, she did not talk nonsense and said directly, Baron, I used to be a thief mercenary in the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf. Although I have left, I still retain the identity of a registered mercenary. I don't know if you need to hire a mercenary to work for you. The Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf, like the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, was one of the vassal states of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. Listening to you, are you going to stay in Flower Town and take care of Maggie? List nodded. So, first of all, make a perfect self-introduction. You said that you have killed aristocrats. I am also an aristocrat, so I want to make sure that you stay in Flower Town and will not bring trouble to Flower Town. You can rest assured that I have killed a lot of aristocrats and am still wanted in the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf, but no one will chase me to such a remote island state. Chapter 224. The 15-year-old girl wanted to learn magic, but it was not easy to find a magician. When she asked around, she finally found the address of a magician who lived in seclusion. The magician asked her if she had money. Of course, she had no money. So the magician refused. Why do you want to learn magic if you have no money? Paris was not discouraged. She continued to look for a magician. After being rejected by 3 magicians, she finally succeeded in becoming an apprentice of a female magician. However, this female magician used her as an experimental subject. After the painful, pain deprivation magic experiment, she escaped. In addition to her injuries, she did not learn any magic. She was hungry, cold, sick, and almost died. Then she was rescued by a group of thieves living in the sewers and became a thief herself. She thought that in this life, she could only be one of the rats who survived in filth, stealing for a living. As a result, she was accidentally involved in a mighty event. Paris calmly narrated, in the Maple Mountain of the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf, there is a dragon, the Light Dragon. It makes the whole Maple Mountain a mirage, and no one can find where it is. Because of this dragon, all the people in the cities near Maple Mountain moved away. At this time, the great court magician of the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf came up with the idea of stealing the mysterious power of the Light Dragon. I don't know which magic book he read, but under certain conditions, a human killed by a dragon will become a ghost-like ghost, called a white dragon. So he used dragon blood as a gimmick. With the support of the nobles, he bewitched a large number of rats to cooperate with him to create white dragons. Her beautiful face showed a trace of hatred. And I am also one of the rats who was blinded by dragon blood. If there is no accident, I am probably dead. So, you did not die, but became a white dragon? List was surprised. For the first time, he heard that a person killed by a dragon would become a white dragon. Isn't this the same nature as the ancient legend of helping a tiger? Paris shook her head. The real white dragon is a ghost-like existence. Do you think I am like a ghost? The great magician did not know that a thief stole his research notes, so we woke up. But it was too late. The light dragon appeared in front of us. The medium-sized light dragon was faintly discernible. The rats were engraved with a mark of the light dragon's interest by the great magician. This was a kind of passive magic that could not be erased. It extracted the resentment of humans after death and combined it with the mysterious power of the light dragon, trying to condense the white dragon he wanted. The mice were killed one by one, but the white dragon never condensed. While we're on the run, we're trying to prevent the light dragon and the great sorcerer from catching us, and at the same time, we're thinking of a countermeasure. The thief who stole the notes came up with a way to reverse the magic mark, that is, to volunteer and become a living white dragon. In the end, we did it, we became a living white dragon. A living white dragon? List's eyes looked back and forth at Paris. He couldn't figure out what kind of state this was. Paris seemed to understand List's thoughts. She stretched out her left hand and rolled up her sleeves, revealing a white arm, which was very dazzling. However, in the next moment, the veins on this white arm suddenly bulged, and then scales grew from the flesh, and the palm at the front gradually twisted from a human hand into a beast's claw. There has never been a dragon among humans, because the power of dragons corrodes everything about humans. This kind of corrosive power is called white dragon by mages, and the white dragon is the ultimate result of a human being corroded. Magic I was cast. List could see that the magic in Paris's left hand was abundant and active. She even pulled the free magic from the air and condensed it on her arm, forming a faint black mist. The real white dragon is a white ghost-like thing. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves and be corroded by the power of the dragon in order to survive. As the corrosive power continues to strengthen, sooner or later we will be swallowed up and become a real white dragon. It may be just a simple death. Paris took back this change, and her arm returned to its previous white appearance. List could not forget the hideous monster arm just now, which had left a shadow in his heart. He could not help but exclaim and regret, this kind of corrosion is irreversible? Yes, as long as the power of the dragon is used, the corrosion will deepen. Therefore, if I don't easily use the power that can compete with the Sky Knight and the Great Magician, I can probably live for another 10 years. Paris sighed, there was no regret or regret. We call ourselves the Black Dragon. She paused and suddenly added, I think if I burst out with all my power, I can kill the Sky Knight. The meaning of this superfluous sentence is very clear. She hopes that List will carefully consider how to treat her and not do whatever he wants just because he has a Sky Knight as his father. Probably listening to the story too seriously. Or maybe he didn't want to do whatever he wanted at all. List just exclaimed, are you sure you can really kill the Sky Knight if you burst out with the power of the White Dragon? Of course, otherwise how could we kill the Great Magician? You killed the Great Magician? There were a total of 4 of us who survived successfully. Each of us tore the Great Magician apart with one claw. Paris laughed out loud. Later, we killed a bunch of nobles who tricked the rats to die, and even formed a mercenary group until the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf dispatched the Dragon Knight. We took our revenge, left the mercenary group, and took refuge separately. Paris and others were wanted by the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf. After hiding for a while, a new round of war broke out between the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom, and she quietly returned to her hometown. Then, there was the story of Flower Town. After listening to the story, List thought for a full quarter of an hour before he said, Paris, so you didn't kill nobles? Then you can live for about 10 years without using the power of the White Dragon. If you use it, can you burst out the power to kill the Sky Knight? In the end, you were only wanted by the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf and did not kill anyone in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire? Paris nodded. List asked again, so, what's the matter with your invisibility? It's part of the ability inherited from the Light Dragon. I can adjust the light around my body to achieve the effect of invisibility. It's just a small skill. She finished and took a sip of milk tea. My identity has been revealed, so what other doubts do you have? Trust takes time to build. List did not intend to continue to ask questions, and immediately said, in view of your strength and special ability, I hope to hire you as my guard to protect my personal safety. If you can accept, I am willing to hire you at the price of 1 gold coin per month. I can accept the task of guarding, but 1 gold coin is not enough. I also need a big house, preferably with a garden. I want to restore Maggie's status as a free citizen, and ask an Earth Knight to teach her how to cultivate chi. I also want a horse, preferably 2 servants. Stop. Chapter 225. On the castle lawn. Paris swung her sword and Londo was sent flying. Russell, who was waiting for the battle, felt his scalp tingle. "Lord Baron, where did this mercenary come from? She's too violent. What do you think of her strength?" List, who was watching the battle, was very proud. "Londo can't last 5 rounds. My strength and Londo's are about the same. Her strength is at least at the elite Earth Knight level." Russell told the truth, but felt that it sounded timid, so he added, "If it's on the battlefield, it's hard to say. Her fighting style is not suitable for charging." List agreed with this statement. Paris's fighting style belongs to the close combat nature. The effect of sword fighting is very strong, and the charge is difficult to judge. However, he was only recruiting a guard who was good at sword fighting. He said to Russell, "Londo lost, it's your turn." Russell took a deep breath, pulled out his steel sword, put on a death-defying expression, and rushed up. After 5 rounds, he, like Londo, flew out. After defeating 2 Earth Knights in a row, Paris did not pant much. Her strength made her physical fitness far superior to that of the Earth Knight with combat energy. The Earth Knight could use combat energy. Paris had magic in her body, but she could not use combat energy, which was a special magic belonging to the Light Dragon. What was given to her was the ability to change the light around her and hide her body behind the light. During the battle, she mobilized her magic, twisted the light, and could always cause confusion to her opponent. She could only use 70% to 80% of her abilities. Clap clap clap. List clapped his hands, satisfied with Paris's strength. He believed that she was indeed worth a high salary of 1 gold coin a month. "Wonderful battle, Londo, Russell, it's hard for you to fight in a way that you're not good at. Take a break and have a cup of milk tea. Paris, it's hard to imagine you wielding such a 2-handed sword." He hired Paris as his bodyguard. It was not an impulsive move, nor was it List's inexplicable greed for beauty. In fact, the hideous monster arm had left a deep shadow on him, destroying many of his beautiful imaginations, and he could no longer treat Paris as a beauty. He had hired Paris for the job. Firstly, this is the form of reward for the smoke task, which makes him reluctant to give up. Secondly, as a black dragon, she has secrets about dragons, which List is very interested in and hopes to keep by his side to study. Thirdly, she killed the aristocrats for a reason, and the stain is clean. Fourthly, Maggie is in Flower Town, so Paris is unlikely to pose a threat. It would be a pity not to keep such combat power. Finally, there was his senses. He sensed that Paris was not a very shrewd woman. Her style of doing things was rather flamboyant. She relied on the fact that she had some ability. Even though she was clearly trying to save her younger sister, she still had to rush into the study room to look at the handsome man. Thinking back to her past, she failed to learn magic, was used as an experiment subject, and became a thief. In the end, she was even tricked into going to her death. Furthermore, after being fooled by him for a while, she had delivered herself to his doorstep to lower her value. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a smart person. It wasn't good for a woman to be too smart, and it was even worse for a powerful woman to be too smart. A woman like Paris, who was powerful but had average IQ and wasn't very shrewd, was actually more reassuring. "Baron, don't you want to test my strength in person?" Over there, Paris, who didn't know that she had been labeled as big breasts and no brains, waved a sword as tall as a person and said provocatively. In the face of this level of provocation, List's heart did not waver. But he still smiled and said, "You can rest first." He had no opponents in Flower Town, and it was a good idea to practice with Paris. The magic I could see through the invisibility spell, which just hit her arrogance. 2 Earth Knight, who are not even elite, did not consume my physical strength at all. Paris said disdainfully. Russell and Randy had gone to the apple table to rest and did not hear such humiliation. List was not pretentious. He patted Dosun's head and let it stay where it was, and slowly walked towards Paris. While slowly pulling out the red blood sword, the other party was a black dragon servant, with a dragon blessing. He used the red blood sword and also had a dragon blessing. By the way, Paris, let me ask you a question. Will a fight like this consume your life? As long as I don't transform, it is a normal consumption. Otherwise, I will become a waste, and I will have to live a few years less. Paris held the sword in both hands, and her previous relaxed expression has been replaced by seriousness. She felt the surging fighting spirit of List. Compared to Russell and Randy, he is much stronger. In the face of this handsome, noble, and powerful noble lord, she still has some inferiority complex. The overall atmosphere of society is like this. Mercenaries and thieves are the middle and lower classes of society, and the nobles are the real upper class. You can hate the hypocrisy of the nobles, and you can kill the nobles for revenge, but if there is a chance, everyone wants to be a noble. No matter what identity, in the face of the nobles, they are inferior. There was no snow, the sun was hanging in the sky, and the warm sunshine melted the snow on the meadow. The alfalfa under his feet was good at isolating the soil. The leather boots stepped on it, and the texture was soft. List did not use the magic eye. He planned to first feel Paris's fighting style involving light and shadow, and also to show weakness to the enemy. Great Fire Wave. The moves of the Fire Dragon Drill secret book gushed out, and the red blood sword was like a flame, and the amplification effect doubled the power of List's secret book. Paris had no choice but to use the light and shadow entanglement to block the flaming sword with just this one move. At that moment, List only felt that his eyes were blurred, and Paris's figure seemed to move in an instant, and he took a step back. He instinctively wanted to adjust the trajectory of the red blood sword. However, he forcibly restrained himself. He still attacked the same place. Clang! The red blood sword was blocked by the big sword, and Paris's figure appeared again in the same place, but she had moved a step to the right, so List's attack was still off. In the next few rounds, no matter how hard List tried to restrain his naked eyes, he still couldn't capture Paris's real figure. This kind of unexpected light and shadow entanglement was very troublesome. If it weren't for his powerful attack power, wide attack range, and the explosive nature of his fire attribute Qi, forcing Paris to be careful in defense, he might have been quickly defeated by the opponent. But it was this strange fighting style that allowed List's combat experience to rise, and he slowly learned to attack Paris's position in advance through his body's prediction. Gradually, he reversed the situation and began to force Paris to stabilize her defense, unable to fight back. Her physical fitness is at the same level as Marcus. Without the light and shadow pull, I can defeat her at any time. List's heart was clear. He had judged Paris's true level, so he no longer reserved his strength and quickly released the magic eye. The next moment, the human figure formed by magic had completely exposed Paris's position through the light and shadow pull. The red blood sword erupted with Qi, and he slashed at the position where Paris retreated, displaying the ultimate meaning, Heart of Fire Dragon Drill. Under the astonished gaze of the other party, the red blood sword, wrapped in explosive Qi, struck her through the thick heavy sword and sent her flying. List drew a flower with the sword. The red blood sword was sheathed. Chapter 226. After the battle on the horse field, Paris's arrogance was restrained a lot and she began to take her guard identity seriously. Of course, it was not a 24-hour personal guard. Most of the time, List did not need her to follow him at all times, and he would not let her follow him at all times. There were too many secrets that were not suitable for Paris to know. Trust was not built in a day or two. It took time to observe and run in to determine whether a person was trustworthy or not. In Flower Town, you can move freely and occasionally act as my actual combat opponent. When I go out, you follow me to protect my safety. There is basically no danger on Coral Island. There is no opportunity for you to use the power of the Black Dragon Gang. This is an easy job. Then what if I want to go to Coral City? You can go if you get permission. No one will restrict your life. List said. But one thing is, on Coral Island, you must not violate the rules of the territory, and do not expose the information that you are wanted by the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf. After all, we are all vassals of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Although it was an independent country, the Sapphire Grand Duke and the Grand Duke of Maple Leaf, in a strict sense, were only dukes of the Steel Ridge Kingdom and belonged to the same camp. You are too cautious, Baron. You should call me Lord Baron. This is the basic etiquette in the face of the aristocracy, Ms. Paris. List showed the elegance of the aristocracy. This kind of bearing was indeed very convincing. At least, Paris still called out reluctantly, Lord Baron. The magic of the dragon can corrode people and turn them into White Dragon or Black Dragon Gang. This was a major discovery for List. This made him more careful when studying the magic of the fire dragon. He didn't want to become a monster that could transform. Moreover, he only had a lifespan of more than 10 years, which was obviously not in line with his ideal of a long life. His ideal was to ride a dragon, not to be ridden by a dragon. Speaking of which, I really have a fate with dragons. The invisible dragon's gem gift, the smoke dragon's fate infection, the fire dragon's residual magic, and now the light dragon's Black Dragon Gang. Unfortunately, it was still far from being able to ride a dragon. Marcus is mining on Black Horse Island, and volcanic glass will continue to be shipped to the castle. List took the time to design the bathhouse, ready to use the heat of the magic fire dragon to complete the next smoke quest and obtain a new type of flame mushroom. The bathtub hot spring had already been designed, with a separate structure of a bathtub and a heated water tank. To put it bluntly, it was using the small fire dragon to heat the stove and provide hot water. It was not difficult and creative. The only trouble was how to put the magical fire dragon into the heating tank accurately and calculate how much magic was enough to heat it. If there was too little magic power, the hot spring would not be as effective. If there was too much magic power, the eggs might even be cooked. So, whether it's a bathtub, a hot spring, or a bathhouse, if you want to use the magic fire dragon, you have to first light up the prerequisite skill, release and release magic. There was a perfect example of how to release and withdraw magic power, Paris. However, after asking Paris indirectly, List expressed his regret. The power of Paris' Black Dragon Gang is the same as the Knight's Do Chi. It can be mobilized with a single thought, but how to mobilize it is mysterious. Then he asked about the White Dragon research notes of the Great Court Magician. The notes are with the thief who stole the book. He left after his revenge, and I don't know where he went. As for why I can become a white dragon, it is because we were marked by the Great Magician. I don't understand the principle. I haven't become a magician, and I can't read the notes. Paris has a bad feeling about magicians. In fact, although she knows snake and wind language, she is semi-illiterate and doesn't know many words. Before the age of 15, she was a civilian and illiterate. After the age of 15, she was either a vagrant or a thief, and she never had a chance to learn knowledge. She didn't know much about words, which was taught to her by the magician when she was used as a magic experimental material. Paris will not work, and List can only study the magic of the fire dragon in the volcanic glass independently. Unfortunately, I am not a scientist. Paris's special identity as a black dragon is very suitable for research as a lab rat. He drew up a few clumsy experimental plans. Just wait for the volcanic glass mine to come back and start the experiment. By the way, I also have a 36D ghost in my floating bottle. I don't know if I can infect it with the magic of the fire dragon and make it a white dragon. He thought curiously. A long time ago, even a specter made him startled, feeling that it was inconceivable. The more he experienced, the more inconceivable things he encountered, the more astonishment he felt gradually disappeared. Dragons and elves can exist, and other ghosts, servants, werewolves, vampires, and even orcs, dwarves, and trolls can come out. Winter has officially arrived, and the river has begun to freeze. Just yesterday, the architect Mbappe Gravel left with his apprentices, and the completed icehouse was officially handed over to Flower Town. However, the ice in the river is not thick enough to be stored in the icehouse. The icehouse project is over. Other projects are being opened one after another. The officials headed by Gort were destined to not be idle this winter. The reclamation of the Thorns Ridge, the quarrying of the dock area, the construction of the carpentry workshop, the construction of the Knights Square, as well as the surf serpentine teaching, craftsman's apprentice training, children's chi training, and a lot of other matters were waiting to be arranged. In order to prevent the new serfs from forming groups, these days officials are mainly allocating accommodation and work arrangements for the serfs, making sure that the local residents and the new serfs are mixed and matched. With the advent of winter and the private fishing in the seaside town, the seafood business is getting more and more depressed. Fortunately, the market for flour soap has been opened up. After assigning their deputies, Sherlock and Harpagon became more honest and immersed themselves in business. Now no one among the nobles is using soap, and they are all scrambling to buy flour soap. Because of this, the flour soap was sold at a low price for less than a week, and it rose back to the original price of soap. Even so, Baron Henderson of Snake Spear City, his caravan, and the soap business is about to fail. The reason why it has not completely failed is that the production of the soap workshop in Flower Town cannot go up. Even if Burnell has brought 20 apprentices to work frantically, it still can't meet the market demand. On one hand, the soap is not selling, on the other hand, the flour soap is in short supply. According to the information sent back by the flour caravan, Baron Henderson has been furious these days. He even drank a few glasses of wine at the banquet and threatened to duel with Liszt. After sobering up, he never mentioned it again. If Liszt were to ride Dosen in the duel, the result would be self-evident. But more than once, he scolded Liszt for being greedy and robbing him of the benefits he deserves. Don't pay attention to Henderson's clamor. When the soap business is completely depressed, I'm afraid he won't have the strength to shout again. Let him concentrate on providing soap powder. If he doesn't know what's good for him, let him go bankrupt. Don't think that just because you are a baron, you can say whatever you want. Can't my red blood sword drink blood? Chapter 227. Even though the snow and ice had arrived, the sea of Flower Town was not frozen, and the flowers returned to the dock unimpeded. This time, they brought back a ship full of volcanic glass ore and some fire dragon bone fragments. The architectural plan of the port town has been roughly planned according to the design drawings of the Lord. Marcus reported to Liszt in the castle study, the bone fragments in the burial ground have been cleaned up, and most of the volcanic glass ore between the rock pillars has been mined. If we continue to mine now, we will destroy the grassland. The grassland cannot be destroyed for the time being. It is important to raise black blood horses, and there is enough volcanic glass. This is a strategic resource. We have to think about the future of Black Horse Island. So how will the next plan for Black Horse Island be carried out? Liszt thought for a moment. Build a residential area in the port town. I will increase the number of immigrants and strive to form the port town as soon as possible to facilitate the development of Black Horse Island. Black Horse Island was his future foundation, and Flower Town was a temporary shelter. His first plan was to build a small town on Black Horse Island, the port town, as a frontier for the development of Black Horse Island. The Count developed Coral Island and accumulated resources for several generations, but he started from scratch and could only do it step by step. Black Horse Island needed to be kept secret, so for the time being, Thomas could only be entrusted to develop it. After talking about the port town, Marcus expressed his doubts. My lord, have you studied the role of magic in volcanic glass? He had been in charge of mining and did not know the progress in this area. List had no intention of hiding it. Teacher Marcus, I have discovered the role of magic. It can be used as a continuous source of heat. He pulled out the design drawings he had drawn and handed them to Marcus. This is the bathhouse plan I designed. There are a lot of projects in winter in Flower Town. Civilians work and sweat every day and need a bathhouse to drive away the cold and reduce the danger of cold. Children who train in Qi also need the help of a bathhouse. The magic of the fire dragon is very suitable for the bathhouse. Marcus looked at the design drawings and handed back the thick bast paper. My lord's design is exquisite. In fact, he did not understand List's abstract architectural proportions. Putting away the blueprint, List asked Thomas to call Gort over for a small meeting. The content of the meeting was to select a new group of strong serfs and assign them to work on Black Horse Island. In this way, the number of serfs in Flower Town is not enough. Gort complained. If it's not enough, I'll buy more. Now is a good time to buy serfs. List had already treated the slave trade as a daily routine. As for the gold coins stored in the castle, I'll think of a way. He planned to sell a batch of mithril ore. This was a precious strategic resource, and he was reluctant to sell it. However, it was still a long time before the Flower Town could cast armor. Even if he formed a knight squad, they could only be equipped with standard armor produced in Tulip Castle, not mithril armor. With the existence of smoke tasks, there is still a lot of wealth to be harvested in the future, and immediate development is more important. Gort had no problem with the sale of serfs. He said easily, yes, the price of serfs will be very cheap now, and maybe it will attract a few more Paris. Paris? Marcus wondered. A female mercenary, her sister is a sold serf. She followed and is now a guard of my lord. She is very powerful, an elite Earth Knight. Marcus asked cautiously, can she be trusted? List knocked on the table and replied, her basic situation should not be false, but trust is not yet reached. You have to guard against her for many secret things. Understood. Marcus nodded and said, but my lord, I suggest that my lord recruit followers from Coral Island as much as possible. The Tulip family has been working on Coral Island for 20 years. They are all trustworthy forces. Of course, List understood. But Paris was a reward from the smoke task, and it was related to dragons. List could not say it clearly, so he changed the subject. Speaking of recruiting followers, Advisor Gort, are there many people who want to go to Flower Town recently? As the Lord's advisor, he was List's representative. Gort replied, there are many aristocrats and quasi-aristocrats who have written to me, but not many have made up their minds. You know, the aggressive knight has followed the count to the battlefield, and the rest have either lost their initiative or are not strong enough. Try to choose, especially young Earth Knight and quasi-aristocrats who are familiar with official business. Young Earth Knight can be cultivated to prepare for the upcoming Knight Squad. Quasi-aristocrats who are familiar with the business can first be inspected in Flower Town, and later sent to Black Horse Island. As you wish. By the way, my lord, do you remember Zambrata? Lytton's tutor who was stripped of his title. What's wrong? He wrote to me, hoping to come to Flower Town in the next few days. He can't stand it anymore and hopes to find a job in Flower Town. You receive him first, and I will consider his knowledge later. If I am satisfied, I will not be stingy with a job. If he is not, I will not disregard my father's dignity for him. Marcus met Paris at the dinner party held in the restaurant on the first floor. There was no friction, and the two just nodded to each other. After that, Paris concentrated on food. She had been completely attracted by the castle's scrambled eggs, egg soup, bread with varied flavors, and fragrant milk. She wanted to eat and drink 3 meals a day in the castle. Her sister lived in Mrs. Harriet's house. She lived alone and was too lazy to cook. Of course, eating in the castle, she was not qualified to enter the restaurant on the second floor. She was eating at a table with Randy, Russell, and List's knights on the first floor. Only nobles and tutors could sit on the second floor. In order to win over his subordinates, List often held banquets in the restaurant on the first floor to facilitate all his subordinates to gather at one table to eat. Of course, he had actually entertained Karl, Rome, and others on the second floor. At that time, his understanding of the nobility was not very deep. Now he would not do that. Most of the time, the strict hierarchical system reflected the authority of the lord and the noble nature of the nobility. This was often a move to bow down and win people's hearts. After eating in the same pot for a long time, some people might not be able to see clearly and really think that being close to the people was a good thing, overstepping the status of each other. But, List was a nobleman. Of course, he sat on the chair on the second floor. Coming downstairs to eat was just to win people's hearts. The security of the territory must be strictly managed. Karl, the patrol team needs to be expanded. The current quota of 30 people is too small. On average, there is only one patrol member for more than 100 people. Try to expand the recruitment to 90 people and assign one patrol member for 40 people. The ratio is barely up to standard. Chapter 228. Although the productivity of the other world is very weak and scientific literacy is terrible, this system of absolute authority of the lord over the territory makes List efficient. After Marcus brought back the volcanic glass ore, he quickly asked the flower caravan to invite the crystal craftsman Brad to start polishing the volcanic glass. And began his own experiments. The first was the release and collection of the fire dragon magic. How to release the magic in the volcanic glass or bubble, after discussion with Gort and Marcus, decided to take the form of drilling. It is to drill the volcanic glass bubble, so that the volcanic glass does not need to be broken to release the internal fire dragon magic. The drilling task was given to the unknown Brad. After the release of the fire dragon magic, it gathered together to form a small magic fire dragon invisible to the naked eye. The next step is to collect the magic fire dragon and inject it into the volcanic glass carved utensils. How to carve the utensils, List instructed Brad to do it. Because there is no need for exquisite carving, the work progressed quickly. Brad has a pair of skillful hands. The irregular volcanic glass, under his carving, became parts of various shapes. Then, the parts were pieced together, the gaps were filled with volcanic glass powder, and the gaps were glued together, making watertight glassware. The arm-thick cylindrical jar, the fire dragon jar. In order to verify the sealing of this fire dragon jar, List deliberately released a little fire dragon magic in it. Seal the jar. There was no leakage of the fire dragon magic. The nature of volcanic glass has a restraining effect on the fire dragon magic, making it unable to condense, let alone escape. The next step is to fill it with magic for energy use. List followed the steps and handed a glassware blueprint to Brad. Brad looked at it for a long time and did not understand. Lord Baron, what is this? Can you explain it in detail? Can't you see it clearly? This is a large syringe. See the outer cylinder? This is the syringe jacket. This slender rod has a pot lid in front of it, which is the syringe push rod. The push rod and the jacket should be tightly sewn so that the push rod can be pushed and the contents of the syringe can be sprayed through the needle in front of it. There was no one there to give injections, so it took Brad a long time to figure out the structure of the bucket-sized syringe designed by List. The next step was carving and splicing to complete the large syringe. The largest piece of volcanic glass was only the size of a basketball, so the syringe required a lot of materials. Brad had carved crystals for many years, and his skills were extraordinary. The hardness of volcanic glass was far less than that of crystals, so he made it very fast. In 2 days, he made a large syringe through the splicing of the buckle. List took the large syringe and began the next step of the experiment. He aimed the jacket of the syringe at the small fire dragon that had condensed into half a man's height and directly buckled it. As the magic dragon was dispersed, some of the magic power also entered the syringe. Then he quickly covered the pot lid like putter, and a needle, filled with fire dragon magic, was born. Insert the needle through the round hole into the fire dragon can, then push the core rod, continuously compress the magic in the syringe and inject it into the fire dragon can. A little fire dragon magic seeped out from the gap. But most of the magic was successfully poured into the fire dragon can. He kept repeating this operation, and soon all the released fire dragon magic was canned into the 3 fire dragon cans. In the vision of the magic eye, the fire dragon magic in the fire dragon can condense to the light red to gold, and it can no longer be canned and reached the limit. A rough estimate shows that a ton of volcanic glass ore can release about 2 fire dragon cans of fire dragon magic. Marcus brought about 6 tons of volcanic glass ore, so it can be canned into 12 fire dragon cans. Brad, you make 20 of these standard cans for me, and then make 5 larger cans and 20 smaller cans. 12 standard fire dragon cans were used to seal the fire dragon magic, and the remaining 8 were for backup. 5 large fire dragon cans and 20 small fire dragon cans were also for backup. He then gestured to the large syringe, which, like the fire dragon can, was the fire dragon needle. In addition, you make 2 more of this type of syringe, and then make 2 smaller syringe. Brad continued to make the glassware. List continued to study the fire dragon magic. With the fire dragon needle and the fire dragon can, he could move, divide, and recover the magic dragon at will. After his research, a small magic dragon the size of a palm was enough to boil a bathtub of cold water. A small magic dragon the size of half a palm could keep a bathtub of water at 40 degrees in a sub-zero environment, which was just right for bathing. However, the bathtub hot spring was a separate bathtub and heating water tank, so in the heating water tank, a small magic dragon the size of half a palm was the best effect. It took 5 days for the castle to successfully have a bathtub hot spring. That night, List took a bath in the bathtub for more than an hour. Until he felt that he was about to be dehydrated, he reluctantly left the bathtub hot spring. Loosening the valve of the heating water tank, the hot water kept flowing out and was picked up by the servants with buckets. The servants could take the leftover bath water downstairs to continue bathing. Opening the bathroom window and the lid of the heating water tank, List did not take back the little fire dragon, but let it fly in the heating water tank. The magic dragon's ability to heat the air was not very strong, so even if it was left alone, it would not burn the bathroom. Not only that, but his bedroom was also covered with a box and a small magic dragon was placed in it. Like a heater, it kept the room at a comfortable body temperature of 24 or 25 degrees, and put a basin of water to prevent drying, and the whole bedroom was as warm as spring. Fire Dragon Thermostat Air Conditioner. Mr. Carter, these boxes have been set up with magic arrays. You tell the servants in the castle not to touch them indiscriminately, and when cleaning the dust, only wipe the outside of the box. Understood, Master. Admiring his masterpiece of the past few days, he could not help but feel emotional. The modernization of the castle has made initial progress. There are lights, air conditioners, bath tyrants. If I can get the magic of the ice dragon, I can make a refrigerator. If I can get the magic of the wind dragon, I can make an electric fan. Thinking of the wind dragon, he suddenly remembered that there was the magic of the wind dragon in the Wind Roar Valley of the unsetting Radiance Empire. I wonder if volcanic glass can seal the magic of the wind dragon? Unfortunately, the unsetting Radiance Empire was on the other side of the distant continent. Even if he set off on Black Dragon, it would probably take half a year. Apart from that, he did not know where else there was magic of the dragon. Only when a dragon died or bled would it leave behind residual magic power. The invisible dragon passed through the flower town and ate 2 cows. Apart from a space gem, it did not leave behind any magic power. So, Chapter 229. The bathhouse needed to boil hot water, a lot of hot water. Humans of this era used firewood to boil water. Commoners used firewood, nobles used charcoal, and there was no record of coal being used. Coal should not be a product of dragons because it was neither metal nor gem. Probably, no humans understood the mineral coal. At least, the Sapphire Grand Duchy had not heard of the combustible mineral coal. There were no records of other fossil fuels such as oil, natural gas, or anything similar. According to List's speculation, since there were saltpeter mines and volcanoes could spew basalt, there was no reason that coal, oil, and natural gas did not exist. But it was not certain. After all, metal mines all originated from dragons. There were no naturally formed metal mines, so it was not surprising that there were no naturally formed coal and oil. In short, firewood and charcoal were the main fuels. Firewood was dry branches, straw, and the like, while charcoal was the solid fuel left after wood was not sufficiently burned to remove water and impurities. When firewood burned, it would smoke and could not be fully burned. Charcoal had no smoke, burned fully, and was light. But firewood was cheap and charcoal was expensive. After cutting down the trees in the Thorns Ridge, Flower Town hoarded a lot of wood. In addition to the wood used for construction, many of the defective wood was used to make charcoal for the castle. Commoners picked up a lot of dry firewood and piled it home to cook. The bathhouse was for commoners and certainly could not afford to use charcoal. So before there was no other choice, only firewood was used. But to boil a large pool of hot water and maintain the water temperature, the amount of firewood consumed was definitely not small. It was labor-intensive and wasteful, and it also damaged the environment. After List had the magic dragon, he decided to build a magic bathhouse in one go. Naturally pollution-free, did not consume energy, saved human resources, and had a 24-hour super endurance. The bathhouse he designed was mainly in the shape of a hot pot, separated by a fence in the middle, leaving the magic dragon to boil water, and surrounded by pools for people to take a bath. With Dawson's rock pillars, the construction of the bathhouse was not difficult. The bathhouse was soon dug, paved with stones, and waterproofed with wooden boards. The next step was to fill it with water. List himself released the magic dragon and constantly adjusted the total amount of magic. Finally, it was determined that a bathhouse needed a bucket-sized magic dragon to heat the water to 40 degrees. At this point, wooden houses were built outside the bathtub, and the 2 bathhouses were completed. The whole process took no more than 5 days. On December 16th, they officially opened for business. It was free of charge from 6 p.m. to 12 p.m. every day, and the bath time could not exceed 5 minutes. From 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, the restaurant was open for a fee. 1 copper coin per person, no time limit. List had his own hot spring bathtub, so he naturally didn't need to visit the bathhouse. However, Gort and the others had been eyeing the bathhouse for a long time. This kind of bathhouse could only be found in big cities. Coral City could barely be regarded as a big city, but it was still a long way from the level of a metropolis. Therefore, there was no bathhouse. Ordinary bathhouses burned firewood, which was very expensive. Oh, comfortable to the bones. Gort sat in the hot pot bath and was soaked in warm water. He was so comfortable that he wanted to cry out. Taking a bath on a cold day was indeed a top-notch enjoyment. The men's bathhouse was located in the commercial district, with a conspicuous sign, Flower Town Public Men's Bathhouse. The women's bathhouse was located in the civilian residential area connecting the administrative office, with the same conspicuous sign, Flower Town Public Women's Bathhouse. Carl was specially asked to recruit several female patrols to be responsible for the security of the bathhouse, to prevent peeping maniacs and female civilians from peeping at bathing female civilians. At this time, Paris was lying in the bathhouse with her sister Maggie, enjoying the warm water soaking. "It's so comfortable, sister. It's really comfortable. I didn't expect to take such a comfortable hot bath in a small rural town. She rubbed the dirt on her body happily. During the long journey, she did not take a bath seriously. Every day I can eat delicious food, work is easy, and I can take a hot bath. The house I live in is also clean and tidy. Maggie, I have fallen in love with this place. Well, Maggie also likes Flower Town. Maggie learned to swim in the bathhouse and ran over to help her sister rub her back. She kept saying, "Praise the Lord, praise the noble Lord of Flower Town. Enjoy the pleasure of rubbing back." Paris narrowed her eyes, feeling so comfortable that she wanted to sleep, and could not help but echo, "Baron, Sir Baron is really extraordinary." Under List's deliberate concealment, no one asked how he heated the water in this large pool. On the first day of the trial operation, there were not many people who came to take a bath. Because civilians were used to not taking a bath, some people would not even take a bath all winter. What's more, taking a bath cost a copper coin. They were not stupid. With this money, it would be better to boil hot water at home and wipe their bodies, and then save it to buy 4 large pieces of black bread to eat for several days. However, after 6 o'clock in the evening, people came to take a bath in groups. Civilians who came back from construction sites and wastelands lined up, and no one wanted to let go of the free bath. Fortunately, the pool was big enough, and the prescribed time was only 5 minutes, barely enough to take a bath. The water in the pool, after only one round, turned black, and a thick layer of mud floated. The serfs did not mind, and enjoyed the hot water soak with laughter. The workers of the bathhouse shouted, "This is the great Lord's welfare for the civilians. You can enjoy such a happy moment, it is the Lord who brought it." As a result, the serfs responded one after another, "Praise Sir Lord." After the bath, there were workers shouting, "Great Lord, give you hot water. Praise the Lord. Sir Lord is so great. Great Lord, great Flower Town." All kinds of slogans were constantly uttered from the mouths of the serfs, including the new serfs, who also stammered, "Praise the Lord." This was an idea that Gort came up with, a very crude brainwashing propaganda. List did not object, he thought that the civilians should naturally thank him. In the entire Coral Island, only Flower Town had a bathhouse, which was open to free people and serfs. Although his original intention of building the bathhouse was to complete the smoke mission, he should be praised for doing good deeds. Isn't that right? At the banquet, after taking a bath, Paris, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but praise, "Flower Town's public bathhouse is a great achievement, Sir Baron." List cut the steak and responded flatly, "I give my subjects food, cotton-padded clothes, copper coins, and jobs. I also give them hot water to bathe. No one is more suitable to be a lord than me." Gort immediately stood up, raised his glass, and shouted, "For hot baths, for Flower Town, a toast to the great Lord Baron List. To the great Lord Baron List." Seeing that everyone had raised their glasses, Paris could not eat and drink peacefully, and also raised her glass, "To the great Lord Baron List." List raised his glass and smiled at his followers and subordinates, "I am with you." Every time this situation occurred at a banquet, it made him feel good. This was why he wanted Gort to be the town's consultant. At least in the bootlicking segment, Gort's performance was worth extra points. However, it was not good to be too arrogant. After all, he was a rational adult. He took a sip of red wine, but in his heart, he thought, "I need a loyal minister." Chapter 230. The establishment of the bathhouse has raised the prestige of the Lord to a higher level. Soaking in steaming hot water under the snowy weather would definitely leave a deep impression on anyone. 2 bathhouses, only half a can of fire dragon magic, not much consumption. List drilled all the volcanic glass bubbles, released and collected all the fire dragon magic, a total of 13 fire dragon cans. 2 bathhouses, the castle's bathtub hot spring, the bedroom and the study's fire dragon air conditioners, consumed half a can of magic. The remaining fire dragon cans are enough for him to build a brick factory, a ceramics factory, and even a steam turbine ship. Of course, the road has to be taken step by step. Every day seems boring, but in fact, he is very busy. The brick factory has been planned for several months, but there is no time to start. After all, the Lord can't sift the soil and bake the bricks himself. Everything is created by the officials and the serfs. Completed the task, the reward is the flame mushroom. After the bathhouse was built and opened, the smoke mission was completed and the reward was issued. At the same time, a new mission was updated. Mission: after a year of hard work, even the Lord needs to relax, enjoy the upcoming festival, think about next year's development path, broaden interpersonal contacts, or do nothing, wait for the end of the festival. Reward: unknown reward. Seeing the latest mission, List didn't know what to say. This is not like a mission at all. The mission requirement is to relax and do nothing. Does the smoke mission feel that I have been too tired this year? Thinking about it, List felt a little ashamed. He did do a lot of things to make Flower Town look new. However, when it comes to the degree of effort, he is probably the most relaxed of the transmigrators. Apart from sleeping, about 60% of the time is spent enjoying. At least 20% of the time is spent eating and drinking. There are dinners almost every day and luncheons from time to time. Food is the god of the people. Actually, eating and drinking is not too much. Besides, I am an enterprising elite Earth Knight, and I need a lot of food to provide nutrition. He quickly found psychological comfort for his eating and drinking behavior. In less than a year, from a trainee knight to starting to take drugs, my progress is enough to prove the importance of eating and drinking. Eating and drinking is not depravity and corruption. This was a part of the knight's combat aura training. While eating and drinking every day, he did not neglect his practice. He got up early in the morning and began to practice his Do Chi secret book. When he returned to the castle, he began to take the magic potion. He didn't dare to say that he was hard-working, but at least he was diligent. Cultivation was based on the principle of tension and relaxation. It did not mean that one would be able to reap rewards if they trained hard for 24 hours a day. After all, taking potions is the way of a knight's cultivation. This principle was passed on to his sons by the Count. List regarded it as a standard. Then, he turned to the other side of the apple tree and asked unhappily, "How many bags of egg rolls have you eaten?" When I'm thinking, please step away and don't make any noise to interrupt my thoughts. Do you understand, guard Paris? Ugh. Paris, whose mouth was full of egg rolls, turned around and walked away silently. The egg roll she ate was a kind of food made of flour, egg mixture, and white sugar mixed into a batter, baked with butter, smeared with butter, and then rolled into a tube. This was not List's idea, but a new food independently invented by the bakery owner, Rainer. It was a snack that had just come on the market. The craftsmanship was complicated, the price was not cheap, and it did not sell very well. In order to encourage new inventions, List asked the castle to buy a batch of egg rolls every day, but this snack was good to eat once in a while, and one would get tired of it after eating too much. Therefore, egg rolls were either given to the servants as welfare or to his subordinates at dinner parties. List himself did not eat much. Paris liked to eat egg rolls very much, and a third of the egg rolls she bought went into her stomach. Looking at her figure, it had only been 10 days since she came to the castle, but there were already signs of further weight gain. I hope I don't become fat, that would affect the visual experience too much. He leaned back in his chair, basking in the rare sun, very comfortable. Now, Paris was a beautiful scenery. She and the castle's maid, Lily, each had their own characteristics. One was a heroic female warrior, the other was a shy and weak maid, but they had one thing in common, that is, they had a slender waist and long legs. List liked this type of figure. However, it was limited to appreciation. Wow! Wow! Not far away, the thorny sprite, Ella, was teasing Dosen, the intermediate world of Warcraft. This was Ella's bad habit. Over time, List was too lazy to care about it, and Dosen also accepted its fate. Anyway, Ella's thorns could not break its defense, and Ella would naturally give up when it was tired. Patter. The remaining snow on the apple tree fell on the apple table. List stood up directly. Thomas, prepare the horse and inform the knight that I am going to the mushroom settlement. Yes, master. He stepped on the trembling woods avenue and said to Paris, who was still eating an egg roll, there is no combat training today, you go back first. The new year is coming, it is best to go to the North Valley city to buy a suitable leather armor. If you wear it now, people will think that the castle is too poor to pay for a guard. Paris was still wearing a shabby leather armor. She didn't think much of it, but the nobles were very particular about the neatness of their clothes. This is the hypocrisy of the nobles. The bright clothes can't hide the stains in the heart. She complained in a low voice, but did not object to buying new clothes. No woman would resist the charm of new clothes. List shouted at Ella, go back to sleep, Ella. Feeling List's irresistible mood, Ella protested twice and flew to the castle. Feeling that the world was quiet, Dosen quickly ran to List, stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and made a flattering appearance. It knew that List would go out in this way, and then it would be able to run around. Thomas brought Black Dragon. The knight retainer also rushed over. List mounted his horse and ordered, let's go to the Shiitake settlement. The horse's hooves raised the snow on the ground. Instead of taking the main road, they took a shortcut to the mushroom settlement. 50 acres of mushroom greenhouses and 50 acres of mixed mushroom and flame mushroom greenhouses. Although the mushroom settlement had little arable land, its income was very high. Food like mushrooms was an essential item on the table. The expanded flame mushrooms were continuously made into magic potions to supply List's life. Therefore, he attached great importance to the mushroom settlement, second only to the Garden of Thorns. At this time, in the mushroom settlement, the serfs were busy inspecting their greenhouses. Just yesterday, the Sir Lord came to inspect and then ordered the serfs to check the hidden dangers in the greenhouses and pay attention to the various problems arising from the cultivation of flame mushrooms. Did you find any problems? After List arrived, he directly asked the mushroom settlement's manager. He came to check the mixed mushroom and flame mushroom greenhouses yesterday and did not find the cold flame mushroom rewarded by the smoke task. Chapter 231. Hearing the steward's complaint. Crooked Neck Bob, who was waiting on the side, suddenly knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Sir Lord, Bob didn't mean it. There was a strong wind that night and the door of my shed was blown open. Sir Lord, please forgive me, Bob will never let the wind blow open the door again. Looking at Bob's sorrowful performance, List had an impression of this person. Back then, the flame mushrooms grew in his shed, and he thought that there was a problem and shoveled a lot of them. List still remembered that because Bob couldn't make the flame mushroom ingredients, he only rewarded him with 10 silver coins, and more rewards were given to Nash, who researched the ingredients. This Crooked Neck Bob is fated with the flame mushrooms. List thought about it and did not punish him for the time being. Instead, he brought people into his flame mushroom shed. As far as the eye could see, the flame mushrooms inside had withered, far less than other flame mushroom sheds. The loss was not big, but it was not small either. Crooked Neck Bob, who was kneeling on the ground, hurriedly ran in. Seeing that List was constantly observing every flame mushroom ingredient, he continued to cry bitterly, Sir Lord, although many flame mushrooms died, but some flame mushrooms survived. Even if he didn't say it, List could see it. On the few flame mushroom ingredients, there were still a lot of sparsely growing flame mushrooms. List already had a vague guess in his mind, so he went closer to observe. He found that the remaining flame mushrooms were very different from normal flame mushrooms. That was, the color of the flame mushrooms was no longer bright red, but had faded into a dark red. But after he cast magic eyes, he found that the dark red flame mushrooms had signs of magic power, far more than normal flame mushrooms, almost turning into a dazzling red light. In other words, this flame mushroom looked cold on the outside, leading to its poor appearance, but the fire magic inside was more vigorous. The cold-loving flame mushroom refers to this kind of flame mushroom. List was delighted. The reward of the smoke mission was right in front of him. The cold-loving nature explains the nature of the flame mushroom. It is not afraid of the cold wind and snow, and because of some mutation, it can condense more fire attribute magic. This was undoubtedly a high-quality flame mushroom that far surpassed the normal flame mushroom, and could be used to create a higher-quality magic potion. He immediately ordered, "Whip Crooked Neck Bob 10 times as a warning. If he's careless again in the future and causes damage to the flame mushroom, it won't just be 10 lashes." When his crooked neck was whipped 10 times, his buttocks blossomed. List then had Thomas hand over 10 silver coins to the other party. A blessing in disguise, Crooked Neck Bob. Although your family's flame mushroom was severely damaged, it also mutated into a new type of flame mushroom. I named it the snow flame mushroom. These 10 silver coins are your reward. With snot and tears running down his face, Bob immediately ignored the pain in his butt and reached out to take the silver coin. "Ah, thank you, Sir Lord. Praise the great Sir Lord." List immediately issued a new order: whoever finds the right ingredients for the icy flame mushroom will be rewarded with a gold coin. Just like the ingredients for the flame mushroom, a gold coin was enough to set off the ambitions of all serfs. After he left, as expected, the shiitake settlement was boiling. Countless serfs rubbed their fists, ready to go all out. Especially Nash, who had received a gold coin as a reward. With this gold coin, the old bachelor not only married a wife, but also built 2 new flame mushroom greenhouses and became a big farmer in the shiitake settlement. After hearing the reward from the Sir Lord, he announced loudly to the people around him, "If I can find the ingredients for the flame mushroom, I can also find the ingredients for the icy flame mushroom. This Nelda, old Nash, will take it." That's not necessarily true. Yes, you were lucky to get the reward from the Sir Lord. This time it's my turn. Old Nash, you'd better concentrate on dealing with your little wife. Don't let her make a cuckold of you. You still have to look at me to research the ingredients. Bob, whose neck was crooked from the whipping, wasn't willing to be outdone. "I lost to old Nash last time, but I definitely won't do it again. The flame mushrooms were grown in my shed, and the ice flame mushrooms were also grown in my shed. Nalda's reward should belong to me. Damn that old Nash." In the afternoon, in the castle's study, Zambrata rubbed his toes a little awkwardly. Then he took a deep breath and tried to relax himself. This study is as warm as spring, but there is no burning charcoal. Sir Baron, Flower Town is full of surprises, and your castle is full of surprises. Behind the desk, List leisurely held a cup of milk tea and asked with a smile, "So, Mr. Zambrata, can you guess why the study is warm?" "I guess it's magic," Zambrata replied solemnly. He learned from Gort that List valued his encyclopedic knowledge. He knew that today's meeting was a test. If he couldn't show enough to impress the other party, this trip would be in vain. In order to recover, in order to live, he must be careful. And I guess this kind of magic is also in public bathrooms. It's probably a kind of fire magic that heats the water and the temperature in the room. This kind of method is incredible. I've only heard of wizards in the palace who can do it. Well, List didn't deny it and continued to ask, "Have you been to many countries?" "Yes, I have been to the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and 7 vassal states. When I was young, I like to travel around the continent, but due to limited financial resources, I only traveled around the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. I heard that there is an evil dragon in the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf, do you know? Oh, it's a light dragon that has lived in the Red Maple Mountain for 100 years. During this period, many warriors wanted to kill it and get the title of Dragon Slayer alongside the Dragon Knight. But you know, the power of the dragon is endless, and most of the warriors eventually become dragon dung. Is the light dragon difficult to deal with? It is said that the Grand Duke of Maple Leaf is the Dragon Knight. Why not kill this evil dragon? The dragon of the Grand Duke of Maple Leaf is just an iron dragon. He can't even find the hiding place of the light dragon. There is no hope of killing the light dragon. In fact, there are many evil dragons on the continent, but most of them are elemental dragons, which are more powerful than metal dragons and gem dragons. Basically, gem dragons and metal dragons are production units, while elemental dragons are combat units. Can you tell me about the customs of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and its vassal states? List said gently. He did feel that Zambrata had a wealth of knowledge. Zambrata got up and bowed slightly. As you wish, Lord Baron. Chapter 232. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, one of the three kingdoms in the northern part of the continent, is adjacent to the Blast Furnace Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. There are 7 vassal states, the 4 Grand Duchies of Sapphire, Maple Leaf, Rose, and Brass, and the 3 Duchies of Light Sapphire, Stars, and Honeysuckle. Strictly speaking, the 2 Grand Duchies of Sapphire and Rose should be reduced to duchies. There are only dragons in the country, no Dragon Knight. The Duke of Honeysuckle had to move 3 times a year because he couldn't stand the nobles urinating and defecating freely in the palace, which made him afraid to even walk. There was even a knight who solved the problem on a stool in his study, but the Duke of Honeysuckle didn't know and sat on it. In the end, how did the Duke of Honeysuckle punish the knight? He chose to defecate in the knight's helmet. A very creative punishment. The laughter of Liszt and Zambrata came from the study. The two had been chatting for more than 3 hours. Zambrata always had a little gossip that kept Liszt interested. Especially the palace secrets. It was estimated that Zambrata heard stories made up by the small nobles during his travels, which was equivalent to unofficial history. When he traveled the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, he was just a quasi-noble and could not get in touch with the important people in the courts of various countries, even those small nobles at the lord level. However, these unofficial histories were relatively more serious than the knight novels. At least the story was true and false, but the people in the story existed. The knight novels were not only difficult to distinguish between true and false, but the people in the story were also fictitious. When the butler Carter knocked on the door and asked about the dinner arrangements, Liszt recovered from the pleasant chat. "Invite all the officials of the town in the evening, and let us welcome the arrival of Mr. Zambrata." He had decided to keep Zambrata for his anecdotes. There is no doubt that these anecdotes are of great reference significance for Liszt's compilation of the chronicles of the Dragon War in the Wild. "Thank you for your generosity." Zambrata bowed politely. He already understood that he had won the favor of the recently famous Baron of Flower Town, and his goal of reviving Flower Town had been achieved. Ever since he was stripped of his noble title by the Count, his life had fallen into dire straits. Even his son and daughter had begun to despise him, which made him feel suffocated. Right now, he was still a free citizen without a title, but once he followed Liszt, who could guarantee that he would not return to the noble class? At the dinner that night, Liszt grandly introduced Zambrata to the town officials. Isaiah, Blair, and Marcus all knew Zambrata. After all, he was Lytton's tutor and often went in and out of Tulip Castle. There would be no problem with his knowledge and ability. The problem was his attitude. The Count was furious because he allowed Lytton to beat civilians. However, this was not a matter of principle. It was normal for nobles to beat up commoners. Not all nobles were like List, who hid the concept of equality in the depths of their hearts. For the people of this world, it was normal to divide people into different classes. Therefore, everyone still held a welcoming attitude towards Zambrata. Of course, it was hard to say whether Isaiah and Blair had a sense of crisis in their hearts. After the dinner, List pulled Zambrata and talked for nearly an hour. He reluctantly let him go. Of course, List was still clear-headed. He said to him, "I already know why you came. Regarding your position in the flower town, don't worry. I have received news that my father will return before the new year. I will arrange your work after the new year." Zambrata nodded, understanding List's subtext. "I will listen to your arrangements, Lord Baron. You can go home and wait for the news, or you can stay in Flower Town. When you have time, you can continue to talk about interesting things in various countries. I am very interested in this information. My wife has died and my children have married. I will not go back. If possible, I intend to stay in Flower Town first. I will let Gord arrange your accommodation." The Count came back a few days faster than List expected. On December 20th, he returned to Coral Island with orders of chivalry. Ships of materials were piled up at the dock, all of which were spoils of war. Of course, when he went, there were complete orders of chivalry, but when he came back, there were fewer knights. He had probably stayed in the Eagle Kingdom forever. After the Knight of Tulip Castle came to Flower Town to report, List planned to leave for Tulip Castle the next day to participate in the celebration banquet held by Tulip Castle. "Mr. Carter, the gifts you've brought for my father and brother must be as sumptuous as you can get them. I am going to the celebration banquet this time, hoping to get a little more from my father's spoils of war, especially iron. The lack of iron is driving me crazy. Although the bonesmith shop has opened, and the bonesmith Blake Boneshed's family has been making bone tools day and night, but iron is still an important resource. The iron he used to make the heating water tank and the air conditioner cover was melted out of other ironware. Nowadays, there are more and more things in Flower Town. Flour soap is a good gift, high-end seafood is a precious gift, exquisite bread, peanuts and other food are qualified gifts. List also intends to give the Count and Levis a pair of binoculars. The military value of binoculars is still great. He believes that the Count will definitely reward List with a lot of good things when he sees the binoculars. Originally, the binoculars were intended to be kept secret. But as he continues to integrate into the aristocratic system, into the Tulip family, and enjoys the benefits of the family, his mentality has changed. Only by maintaining and strengthening the family can he better protect himself. Even if he personally goes to the battlefield in the future to make contributions and become a Viscount of Black Horse Island, the Tulip family will still be his strong backing. If the Count can go a step further and become a Marquis by virtue of his military exploits, then his status will rise again. At that time, he will be the son of the Marquis and the grandson of the Marquis. As long as he goes to the battlefield, he will not have to worry about not being able to make contributions. Therefore, at this moment, List sincerely hopes that the Tulip family can develop and grow. At least before he rides a dragon, the family can shelter him and let him develop steadily. He doesn't have to worry about his invention being robbed by the great aristocracy. White paper, glass, cement, if it weren't for his concerns, he would have already started to study them. This level of technology may not be able to create an era, but it can definitely make a family grow rapidly. However, it is not necessarily a good thing for a weak family to control it. It may end up being destroyed by pirates. The tragedy of the small Kerchief Island always reminded List that the aristocracy also has risks. Therefore, List only made small troubles in the territory. Chapter 233. On the eve of departure, Baron List deliberately went to the brewery in the workshop area. The three brewers, Frank Distillers, Berdang, and Huntella, had been working on distilling liquor for more than a month. The results had never been delivered to the castle. So, for such a long time, besides continuing to brew beer, rice wine, and fruit wine, you still haven't been able to brew liquor? He asked with an unkind expression. Frank Distillers, the brewer with the same name as Levis's tutor Frank, was the person in charge of the brewery. He replied awkwardly, "Sir, we have figured out the method and principle of distillation, but the distilled liquor does not seem to have the taste of liquor. Take out the liquor you brewed." Soon, the liquor they distilled was presented in front of Liszt. Frank explained, "According to the method you provided, Sir Lord, we found that during the distillation process, the liquor in the fermented liquor will first evaporate and the rest is water. After repeated distillation, liquor can be obtained. However, we have distilled it many times, and there will always be a foul, sour, astringent, and salty taste." Liszt dipped it in a little liquor and tasted it. Although he did not like to drink liquor, but it was not like he had never drunk the gin in the castle. Compared to the gin, the liquor brewed in the flower town tasted really bad and strange. He could distinguish some foul and sour taste, and the aroma of the liquor was very light, and the alcohol content was not high. "You distilled it repeatedly, and you got this kind of liquor? There is a stronger liquor, but it may not be liquor anymore. Take it out." Soon, a stronger liquor was served. Liszt only took a small sip and almost choked. Not to mention the spicy taste, there was also a strong stench and a rotten smell. This was definitely a problem in the fermentation process or distillation process. Seeing Liszt's reaction, Frank and the other two stood aside uneasily. They should feel ashamed. Liquor distillation was not a difficult problem, but with the ideas provided by Liszt, after more than a month of research, there was still no qualified liquor. What an amazing work efficiency! There was a stuffy feeling in his stomach, but he could not vent it. The three people in front of him were the only three winemakers in the flower town. If they were really talented, they would not have been sent to the flower town. They were probably leftover craftsmen, so they could not be counted on. After venting, Liszt restrained his anger. "Forget it, you guys continue to improve the craft. First, fill a few bottles of wine with low alcohol strength. I want to take them away." In the end, the three of them were not punished. At the very least, the distilled liquor had already been distilled. Sooner or later, he would be able to find a way to remove the strange smell. Brewing the specialty flower wine of Flower Town. Liszt asked Thomas to carry the liquor back to the castle. He still intended to bring the semi-finished liquor to Tulip Castle. However, he wasn't treating it as a gift. Instead, he was trying to tempt Levis. With the existence of the liquor business, which was destined to make huge profits, he would definitely be treated like a top-notch guest on this trip to Tulip Castle. He would be able to take away a batch of ironware and iron ore. The next morning, the servants were busy carrying the gifts from Flower Town to the carriage. Randy and Russell, with their retainer knight, were warming up. They had decided to follow Liszt to Coral City. Today's Liszt was no longer ordinary. He did not go out with a show of extravagance, which was not worthy of his identity. Thomas, the manservant, was holding Dosen. Intermediate World of Warcraft was one of Liszt's extravagances. Another manservant, Tom, was holding a beautiful jade box, in which the thorn sprite, Ella, was sleeping. Its birth was destined to be the focus of attention. The messenger knight clearly mentioned that the Count wanted Liszt to take Ella to Tulip Castle to show him the new member of the Tulip family. The sprite, for the aristocracy, was a member of the family. Gort also arrived early. Unfortunately, this time there was nothing for him to do. Liszt asked him to stay in Flower Town. He was very regretful that he didn't have the opportunity to participate in the gorgeous feast, but what he needed to worry about was far more serious than not being able to participate in the feast. His wife and children were coming to Flower Town to celebrate this year's New Year's Day. His little lover, Freya, and the illegitimate child in her belly, would be exposed. The sun rose in the east. Flower Town, wrapped in ice and snow, became extraordinarily bright. "Mr. Carter, I do not know how many days I will be staying in the Tulip Castle. I will leave the castle to you." Liszt was dressed appropriately in frack abbey, which made him look particularly exuberant. "Master, please rest assured." Carter led the rest of the servants and watched Liszt leave. Turning over, Liszt rode Black Dragon and walked to the front of the procession. Behind him, Paris, who had a great sword on her back and had changed into a new set of leather armor, followed on a horse with a veil over her face. She was a guard, so on this occasion, she naturally had to protect Liszy's safety. The procession set off in a grandiose manner. On the road from Flower Town to Thorn's Ridge, the road was very easy to walk on. It was a gravel road, and the snow was shoveled away by the people organized by the town. But after leaving Flower Town, it became a muddy road. The contrast between before and after was very obvious. Fortunately, everyone was either on horseback or in carriages. Their speed was still very fast. Appreciating the snowy scenery along the way, apart from Flower Town, the snow was the thickest. After leaving North Valley City and entering the boundary of Yulin City, there was not much snow, only a muddy road. Around 10 in the morning. When the procession entered Coral City, the faint stench had already reached Liszt. Fortunately, he was prepared and pinned a large amount of dried tulip flowers to his chest. This was a red tulip, and it smelled very fragrant. In Coral City, fresh and dried tulip flowers were very popular. Even if you lived in Coral City all year round, you would still not be used to the smell all day long. Fortunately, the procession was just passing by, and went straight to Tulip Castle. The majestic Tulip Castle was still surrounded by a sea of flowers. The colorful tulip was fluttering in the cold wind. On the southern hillside, a large purple-black tulip could be seen. It was the expanded magic ingredient black tulip, which had occupied the largest area of the sea of flowers. The tulip sprite's fragrant cordyceps was in the middle of this black tulip. Rising along the hillside, the Tulip Castle night guard soon came to greet the procession. Until the procession was led to the gate of Tulip Castle, the castle servants received them. The butler Louis already needed to walk with a cane. But every time the count's children returned to the castle, he would personally greet them at the gate. For him, these young tulip were children that he had personally watched grow up. "Every day when I see the sun rise, I think of the Lord's children, rising like red suns. But the happiest thing is to see you return to the castle like tired birds returning to their nest." The old man's words were like a poem, with a variety of metaphors and rhetoric. Chapter 234. Master Levis and Master Lytton are at the Night Academy. Miss Silvera is accompanying the old lady to watch a farce in Coral City. "They did not know you were coming today. They will probably be back at noon." Louis led Liszt upstairs to Tulip Castle. Because the celebration banquet was not held today, all the members of the Orders of Chivalry returned to their territories first to solve their respective territorial affairs. The day after tomorrow, that is, December 23rd, was the time for the celebration banquet. So at this time, Tulip Castle was not very lively, only the hundreds of servants in the castle were busy. Randy, Russell, Paris and others were not nobles and could not go upstairs, so they could only wait downstairs. "Master Liszt! Master Liszt!" The servants in Tulip Castle saw him and saluted. Soon after, he passed the living room and saw Madame Marie drinking tea. She was drinking tea while listening to the deputy butler Silva's report. She was probably dealing with the Tulip Castle business. "Madam, greetings to you." Liszt greeted politely, revealing a trace of unfamiliarity. Madame Marie responded cordially, "Liszt, why did you arrive today? Your brother, sister, and brother have yet to return. You should have informed me earlier so that I could make preparations." She had the air of a mistress. Of course, she was now the mistress of the Tulip Castle. There is no need to prepare deliberately. I will stay in Tulip Castle for a few days. Today, I just miss my father and brother too much, so I came early. Oh, really? You must have a lot to say to your father. Go, he is in the study. Yes. After saying goodbye to Madame Marie, when he came to the study, the door was already open. A servant had already informed the Count of List's arrival. Not only was the Count in the study, but there were also several strangers. Looking at their clothes and standing posture in the study, it could be seen that they were officials of Coral Island. These officials were all small nobles. The Count looked at List from behind the desk and said to the group of officials, "You can go back first. I won't keep you for lunch. I'm going to hold a family banquet." "Yes, sir." The officials took their leave. At the same time, they also greeted List, "Young Master List, long time no see." "Hello." List smiled in response. He did not know any of these people. He had spent most of his adult life in the Knight Academy, so he really did not know who these officials were. After the official left, the servant also left and closed the door. Seeing the Count again, List's feelings were different. Generally speaking, it was difficult to establish a true father-son relationship. The body was related by blood, but the soul was not involved before. But it didn't stop him from reconsidering his relationship with the Count from the perspective of interests and kinship. Simply put, List's sense of identity with the Tulip family had increased. His predecessor had a weak personality and liked to escape, so he felt like he was invisible and no one paid attention to him. However, List only came into contact with him a few times, but he found some details that he had overlooked. Madame Penelope, who kept saying that she did not like him, was actually very concerned about her grandson. The Chunibu sister had always bullied List, but she did not do anything excessive. The greedy brother pointed his spear at Madame Marie and Lytton, but not at List. Madame Marie and Lytton, of course, looked down on List, but on the surface, they still maintained a harmonious relationship. Just now, the simple conversation with Madame Marie made List feel that Madame Marie had become more amiable. She probably understood that List would not be mediocre in the future, so she had to face up to how to deal with her relationship with List. Even if she could not be on good terms, she had to be as close as possible. What surprised List the most was actually the Count. This powerful Sky Knight, sacred swordsman of waves Lee William Tulip, was not as indifferent to his second son as the predecessor, remembered. With a smile on his face, he looked at the increasingly handsome List. He extended his hand, motioning him to sit down and talk. List's predecessor had always felt that the Count was very disappointed with him. After all, during his coming-of-age ceremony, he was enfeoffed to the most remote town, the Baron, and was only given 4 sprite worms. Compared to Lvera's enfeoffment, the difference was like heaven and earth. This affected List's senses for a while. He felt that the Count did not value his second son. However, after digesting the memories of his predecessor, coupled with the rational analysis of an adult, he felt that it might not be as simple as not valuing him. If he really did not value him, List could have become a quasi-aristocrat without a title. The second sons of many aristocrats were in this situation, without a fief or title. However, the Count gave him the title of Baron and a fief of a small town. It was just that the location was a bit worse and the material compensation was a bit less. Far from not valuing him, the Count valued him more than the second sons of many aristocrats. Even on the first out to the sea festival after the enfeoffment, the Count brought his family to Flower Town to celebrate the festival. I'm afraid he was disappointed. After all, he had high hopes, the remote fief and the title of Baron. He hoped that the predecessor could live an ordinary life. After all, with the title, he would not have to work hard to charge on the battlefield. The town could provide food and drink, but it could not form a knight squad, let alone go to the battlefield. These thoughts quickly flashed through List's mind, but he was not sure. He was not good at family affection. Sir Father, after receiving the news of your safe return, the stone in my heart was quickly thrown away. I am deeply happy to see that you are doing as usual. I made you worry. The Count smiled. This time, the expansion order ended in a hurry, and the results were relatively shabby. Fortunately, your brother has experienced a transformation in the war and has matured a lot. Is my brother all right? Yes, he is more sophisticated and calm than he used to be. Most importantly, he has established his prestige. There is nothing more gratifying to a father than to see his heir mature. When I returned to Coral Island, I heard about you immediately. Liszt smiled. The Count took out the fine red wine from the cabinet and poured a glass for himself and his second son. News worth celebrating. So where is your Ella? My servant is looking after her. The Count shook the bell and called the servant. Liszt immediately said, Please tell my servant to send Ella over. The servant took the order. The Count said, Do you want to hear the story of the battlefield first, or do you want to talk about the development of Flower Town first? I want to hear the story of the battlefield first. Liszt said without hesitation. Surprised for a moment, the Count sighed and said, Sure enough, a warm castle will restrain people's aspirations. Fledglings need to constantly test their flight. I'm afraid Levis will drag you to tell me the story of the battlefield all day and all night, so I won't say it. Let's play a game of deduction. War deduction games were a primitive form of war chess used to deduce the situation of the military. The thick bast paper with a map of the coast of the Eagle Kingdom was spread out, and the crystal sculptures symbolizing the castle, the knight, and the sky knight were placed one by one. Chapter 235. It was a childish game. No, it was a very childish tactic. After Liszt got started, he sighed with emotion. Even after decades of fighting, the Count's tactical mind still only existed in charging from behind the hillside, splitting into two wings to charge together, taking turns to charge. It was as if in the night war, there was only one option, the only difference was how to charge. Liszt, you shouldn't do this. This is a forest, yes, it can hide people, but the forest will also hinder the charge. However, the forest will also hinder your charge, so you have to choose an open area to set up an ambush. The back of this hill is a very good place for an ambush. The Count pushed his knight and continued to charge forward while warning Liszt not to hide the knight in the woods. Then, I will ambush in the woods on the other side of the river and wait for your knight to cross the river. Halfway across, I will launch a charge, wipe out some of the knight on the shore, and then block the rest of the knight back. Is that okay? Liszt did not dwell too much on whether the woods could hide the knight or not. He did not choose to ambush behind the hillside. He just took out a few knight carvings from the woods and put them in the woods by the river. The Count touched his chin. That's fine, but why don't you ambush behind the hillside? The hillside is the most suitable place for the knight to ambush and charge. But it is also the easiest to detect. So, this team of knight, I will eat half of the knight carvings. Liszt reached out and picked up a few knight carvings. A little less, eat a little less, I can escape some. The Count took back a carving, thought about it and took back another one. Liszt didn't mind and continued to deduce. Your knight can't cross the river, so they must retreat and return to the other side of the Red River. Then, the knight I left in the woods on the other side can take the opportunity to gather and charge again to drive away your knight. Can I eat another batch? With that, he pushed out the knight sculptures that he had deliberately left in the woods and took away several of the Count's knight sculptures. This. The Count was stunned for a moment. So you deliberately left these knight carvings? Did you set up an ambush here? That's right. That's why your knight formation is in tatters and will definitely continue to flee. My knight can take this opportunity to gather and hunt down your knight, right? The Count was a little uncomfortable. That's true. So, you now have 3 routes to choose from. One is to split up and escape, the other is to retreat through this valley, before he could finish, the Count interrupted, "You can't divide your troops in this area. Otherwise, your forces will be too scattered and won't be enough to launch a charge. Of course, I don't plan to set up an ambush here. You have 3 routes to choose from. Other than splitting up and crossing the valley, there is another option, which is to find your main force. If it's the first one, I can chase them all over the mountain. If it's the second one, you can stay away from the battlefield and don't need to pay attention to it. If it's the third one, I choose the third one. My knight will begin to retreat from the plains here. How are you going to deal with it? Of course, it's to retreat back to the castle. Viscount Varyen is not the main battlefield of the battle. The decisive battle between you and Count Figo is the key to the battle. I only need to defend the castle, and I can be like a nail in the Red River Plain. I can attack the supply line between you and Marquis Roderick's orders of chivalry, and retreat to increase Count Figo's combat power." Liszt talked incessantly. He has won 3 consecutive local knight battles, completely defeating the Count, and a set of theories and tactics made the Count doubt his life. "Liszt, why do you have so many strange ideas in your mind?" The Count looked at the deduction of the battle, frowned and asked, "Why don't you put the knight around the castle to protect the safety of the castle? It is a very risky move for you to divide your troops and ambush them like this. Viscount Varian's castle is undefended, and the orders of chivalry are not strong enough. Your follower, Viscount Jonas, can block him in the castle and dare not show up, then his role will be lost, and Count Figo will be cut off. Therefore, abandoning the castle can play an active role. Even if the castle is breached, this orders of chivalry can still go to Count Figo. He has never fought a war. But when it comes to the ability to talk on paper, the keyboard warrior Liszt feels that he can hang a world. He has read The Art of War and 36 Stratagems, and he is a man who spent years in World War II. He also has, on guerrilla warfare, in his mind, a tactic that repels the mainstream of the world, and he is afraid to say it and scare the Count. In fact, it has scared the Count. Judging from the Count's tactical arrangement, he originally sent Jonas Gravel to block Viscount Varyen in the castle, thus losing its strategic significance. The Count can easily nibble away at Count Figo's power, and eventually force Count Figo to fight him in the upper reaches of the Red River, defeating Count Figo in one battle. This establishes the battlefield advantage of the Red River Plain, and smoothly plunder a large number of resources and minerals. Once Viscount Valyen's knights defeated Viscount Jonas, they would be able to defeat him. It can quickly dissolve the Count's advantage, so that Count Figo does not have to rush to fight, thus dragging the Count in the Red River Plain in a dilemma until he collapses. At that time, the Count has no choice but to retreat. Well. He carefully considered Liszt's tactics, always feeling a bit whimsical, but he did not know how to refute it. Finally, he simply pushed away a pile of carvings and stiffly changed the topic. "Ella is already outside the door. Let me see Ella first." Liszt smiled. "Of course, as you wish." The servant came in with Ella's jade box and opened the box. Ella, who was sleeping in a daze, woke up with a yawn. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw a human face, startled it, and slapped it. Of course, it did not hit the Count. The Sky Knight's reaction speed is not comparable to that of the sprites. The Count also reached out and poked Ella's belly. A very healthy and lively little guy. "Congratulations, Liszt, in Flower Town, you did better than I thought. I just did a little work. I heard that your World of Warcraft Flying Dust Dog has eaten the Bloodline fruit and evolved into Intermediate World of Warcraft? Yes, would you like to see it? It's outside the Tulip Castle, taken care of by my servant." Liszt said, "I know very little about World of Warcraft. In fact, I don't know much about Dosun's level. Let's go downstairs and see." They went downstairs. Dosun was basking in the sun. It was not afraid of people and would not take the initiative to attack people. Seeing List appear, it suddenly jumped up, wagging its tail in front of him. List grabbed the hair on its neck to make it behave and let the Count examine it. Chapter 236. This chapter is Purple Dazzling Wing. Half of World of Warcraft's magic comes from the body's refining and the other half from external absorption. Intermediate World of Warcraft absorbs the magic of the outside world much faster than low-level Warcraft. This is a very subtle absorption that List can't see with magic eyes, but the Count, as a Sky Knight, can clearly feel it. Therefore, he concluded that Dosun has reached the level of Intermediate World of Warcraft. As for the degree of blood boiling, it is a judgment based on the differences in the blood of the same species. The same species here can be regarded as an evolutionary lineage, such as ordinary dogs, flying dust dogs, and Dosun. Between the same species, there is a clear difference between the strong World of Warcraft bloodline and the weak World of Warcraft bloodline. The strong World of Warcraft bloodline is very active, flows fast, the temperature is high, and the change in nature is obvious. For example, at the level of a dragon, the degree of blood boiling can directly infect the dragon bloodline. The Count is experienced, and he judged that Dosun is an intermediate World of Warcraft, which is almost a coffin. Father, Dosun can only release rock thorns at present. What do you think limits its understanding of magic? As long as Dosun can't learn new magic, List will not be at ease. After all, whose intermediate World of Warcraft only has rock thorns? Oh, there is also multiple rock thorns. Don't worry, List, it is just a puppy. The Count reached out and touched Dosun's shiny black fur, causing Dosun to whimper. It still needs time to settle. Like humans, World of Warcraft also needs to accumulate in order to truly transform and become a more noble existence. Wow! Ella, who was lying on top of List's head, cried out again for some reason. It came to the strange place of Tulip Castle and was a little cramped. In fact, when it was a sprite worm, it lived in Tulip Castle, but it probably had no memory at that time. They were talking about Dosun and Ella. On the main road outside the castle, a group of knights was already running towards them. The one leading them was List's brother, Levis, and behind him was Litten. Before List even got close, his voice could already be heard. List, why didn't you tell me you were coming? You made me spend half a day in the Knight Academy. After dismounting from the horse, Levis hugged List, showing the intimacy between brothers. After waiting for him to speak, List said, I missed you and father very much, so I came earlier. After going to the battlefield, Big Brother has changed a lot. He has the temperament of a father. Levis was very happy. If you don't go to the battlefield, you will always be a fledgling. Once you go to the battlefield, you will see blood, and when you look back at the past, you will feel that many of the things you did were very childish. At this moment, Litten dismounted from his horse and shouted, Brother List. Litten, you've grown taller. List responded with a smile. The boy was only 12 years old, but he was already at least 1.75 meters tall. He could get the Count's attention not entirely because of Lady Marie's pillow talk, but because of his own talent. The Count saw that all three of his sons had performed well and was very satisfied, but he put on a serious expression on his face. Since you're all back, let's have a good talk. After that, he entered the castle alone. After the Count left, Levis and Litten turned their attention to Dosun and Ella. Ella was just an elf, and there were 11 in Tulip Castle. However, the charm of Intermediate World of Warcraft was firmly attracting the two. Men's fantasies were famous horses and World of Warcraft. Compared with the low-level World of Warcraft Fire Rabbit raised in Tulip Castle, the prestige of Intermediate World of Warcraft Dosun can be seen from its body shape. Unfortunately, no matter how envious they were, Dosun was List's, and they couldn't take it away. The lunch has not yet begun. Levis, as the Count expected, pulled List and began to talk about his experience on the battlefield, such as charging thousands of miles to attack the enemy's castle, guarding the food, speaking boldly at the military meeting, and rescuing the slave girl. These were all boastful and exaggerated elements. But it does interest Liszt, especially when Levis saw the Count and Count Figo, two Sky Knights, duel. The Count is known as the Wave Sword Saint, and Count Figo is known as the Fire Cloud Sword Saint. The two sword saints flashed and moved in the sky, and their fighting spirit gushed out, covering the sky and the sun. The confrontation of water and fire almost cut off the Red River below. In the end, the Count's waves overshadowed Count Figo's fire cloud, seriously injuring Count Figo. Then he launched the night charge, defeating the opponent's orders of chivalry in one fell swoop. Occupy the Red River plain, plunder resources, and make a career. Father's giant wave breaks the tide, is invincible under the Sword Saint. I really want to break through to the Sky Knight one day, have high-level fighting spirit, and use such an incredible fighting spirit. Levis' admiration for the Count was like a torrential river. Although his eloquence was average, and his narration was dry. But Liszt could still feel the horror of the battle between the Sword Saints, and his heart was also surging. If the Sword Saint was really as powerful as Levis described, the current Trembling Woods was probably far from being his opponent. After all, the Sword Saint could fly for a short period of time, while Trembling Woods could only jump. He measured the gap between himself and the Sky Knight and felt that it was bigger than he thought. Unless Dosen develops a new magic, such as Flying Rock, which can attack the air, he can only be beaten passively. Suddenly, he thought of Paris again. He didn't know if the transformed Black Dragon could fight with the Sword Saint for hundreds of rounds, probably for a period of time, and then be defeated, or be corroded by the power of the dragon, die, and become a white dragon. Brother, in this war, has there been a Dragon Knight? No, unless the war is really out of control, no country is willing to send a Dragon Knight or a dragon. There are too many uncertain factors involved. In fact, I didn't even see the Grand Duke's Sapphire Dragon. In every battle, the Sky Knight is the main force. He paused and said excitedly, but I saw the advanced world of Warcraft. It was a thousand-eyed tarantula, the mount of Marquis Gladden of the Eagle Kingdom. It jumped higher than the Sky Knight. Unfortunately, Gladden came to send a truce. I followed Marquis Roderick and felt the aura of the thousand-eyed tarantula, and I trembled all over. Why did this war end so quickly? Because of the intervention of the Blast Furnace Kingdom, the daughter of the Eagle Kingdom married the brother of the King of Blast Furnace, the Duke of Heisberg. Levis said with a low voice, the Duke of Heisberg has a dragon, and it is said that he may become a Dragon Knight before the age of 40. Liszt frowned. So, the Eagle Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Kingdom are going to form an alliance? Things are not that bad. It is normal for kings to marry each other, but there is still a war to be fought. It's just that we can't fight anymore this year. We have just occupied the Red River Plain, and we have not had time to plunder many materials and mines, so we have to retreat. The income is getting less and less year by year. The Count had made his fortune by the order of expansion. Every time he attacked the Eagle Kingdom, he could bring back a lot of materials. Chapter 237. As Elvira and Madame Penelope returned from watching the farce, the long-awaited family banquet in Tulip Castle began. They chatted about interesting things and joked about war and peace. The atmosphere was not very harmonious, but it was not bad either. In particular, Madame Penelope and Madame Marie, from time to time, they would exchange a few words, which instead livened up the atmosphere. The Count sat in the middle, looking a little embarrassed. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law did not get along. No matter in the world, it was the most troublesome problem for men. Compared with his previous invisibility, the current Liszt was gradually adapting to his identity and was no longer transparent. They were able to participate in all kinds of topics, and they were getting more and more comfortable. Sometimes, people would feel that the whole world was turning away from them once they got into a corner. However, once they got out of the corner, they would find that the world was still there, never abandoning them. Is this a specialty of Flower Town? The Count ate the crispy peanuts with the gin. The more he ate, the more he liked it. Peanuts are delicious this way. This is crispy peanuts. List explained while eating, I brought a lot of peanut flavors, but most of them are more suitable as snacks. Apart from boiled peanuts, I didn't expect there to be such a way to eat. Does Tulip Castle buy this kind of food? The Count asked Madame Marie. If you like it, you can buy some. List's flower caravan seems to sell this kind of peanut food in Coral City? Yes, basically everywhere there is a flower caravan, these goods are available. The Count nodded. Then buy some more. I feel that the taste is good, especially after drinking and eating a few peanuts, it feels very comfortable. Peanuts attracted the Count's attention. The exquisite new bread of Flower Town was also presented on the table and won everyone's favor. Coupled with the egg soup and scrambled eggs that Tulip Castle's chef learned from Mrs. Abby, as well as the seafood that had become unavailable to Coral Island aristocrats, the delicacies provided by Flower Town occupied 1/3 of the table. Levis nibbled on a hamburger with meat in it, which was also an invention of the Flower Town, while saying, "List, you have a good chef. I never knew that bread and eggs could be made into such different delicacies. It's a pity that these foods don't have much commercial value. Otherwise, I would be richer than Viscount Trick." The commoners did not pursue the variety of food, and the nobles were more inclined to let their own chefs learn how to cook, rather than buying ready-made food. Most importantly, there was no monopoly on the source of these ingredients. They were all very common things, and everyone had the ability to gather them. Viscount Trick of Beer Island owned the hop sprite and monopolized the hops, which was the most important ingredient in brewing beer. That was why he was able to monopolize the sale of superior beer. Egg soup, scrambled eggs, seafood, and peanuts. All he needed was a creative idea. Most of these foods were invented by List to satisfy his stomach. He also wanted Mrs. Abby to make some money before others could learn it. The industries that could really do business were those with monopolistic nature. For example, beer had a monopoly on raw materials, soap and liquor had a monopoly on technology, and cement, ceramics, glass, and white paper that would be developed in the future. This was where List's hopes lay. After afternoon tea, List walked around the Coral City. First, he went to the night college to meet with the familiar students in the college and to contact the gradually estranged feelings. He also wanted to show his ambition, hoping that these future Earth Knights would consider him when they choose to follow the Lord. Next, he went to Frank's home and chatted with little Sally for an hour. The friendship of youth still had to be considered, and he could not be too heartless. Then, he visited several friends in the Coral City. They were all aristocratic teenagers, mostly the second son of the family. Before adulthood, those teenagers who were destined to inherit the title liked to chase after Levis. Therefore, most of List's friends were second sons like him. It was almost the same now. The aristocrats who wanted to inherit the title would still follow Levis. The second sons who could not inherit the title would place their hopes on List. "Sir List, are you going to form your own knight squad?" In a small aristocratic manner, a young man named Rick asked List, who was sitting in the main seat. "I saw Randy. Has he become your follower?" "It hasn't been decided yet, but soon. After the New Year's Day, I will seriously consider forming a knight squad. Flower Town already has the ability to arm a knight squad. Russell and Randy may wait for me to form a knight squad before officially pledging allegiance to me." List replied. "So, can I follow you? I want to join your knight squad. I want to go to the battlefield." Rick asked hopefully. "Have you become an Earth Knight?" Rick's tone seemed a little proud and reserved. "Yes, just a month ago. Although it's a little late, I'm already 19 years old this year." Of course, I'm very happy that you want to follow me. But I hope that after the New Year's Day, you can live in Flower Town for a while, just like Randy, and wait until I form a night squad before making a decision. List did not agree on the spot. It was the same reason as before. The knight chose the lord, and the lord chose the knight. Another young man followed and asked, "What about me? Can I follow you? I haven't broken through to Earth Knight yet." His name was Nemo, and his father was an elite Earth Knight who did not receive a title. List smiled. Joining the Night Squad is definitely out of the question, but if you are willing to come to Flower Town as an official, I welcome you. Everyone here can come to Flower Town. You are one of my few friends. A few months ago, he didn't want to pay attention to this group of friends. After all, they were the friends of his predecessor, not his friends. But Flower Town already seems to have people like Gort and Isaiah. Are there any other official positions we can hold? Nemo asked. You don't think I will stay in Flower Town for the rest of my life, do you? Oh, sorry, Sir List, I didn't mean that. Of course, you will become a Viscount Lord. This is inevitable. Everyone is so sure. No need to apologize, Nemo. Becoming a Viscount is my goal. Having my own island or city is also my goal. In order to achieve this goal, I need a group of loyal followers. If you have any ideas, I welcome you to Flower Town. Looking at the already dark sky, he got up and said, I have to go back. There is a dinner party at Tulip Castle that I need to attend. Tomorrow night, I will hold a banquet at Tulip Castle and invite everyone and friends from Knight Academy to come. Rick said loudly, I will be there on time, sir. Me too. Nemo and the others said one after another. Chapter 238. The banquet was not grand. The Count called over the officials of the Coral Island and Levis called over some of his subordinates to have a chat. After the dinner, List found an opportunity to go into Levis's study with him. Brother, how good are you at tasting liquor? List took the bottle containing the original flower wine from the servant's hand, unscrewed the cap, poured a glass, and pushed it in front of Levis. Taste this liquor and give me an evaluation. I'm very good at judging liquor. Well, what kind of liquor is this? Where did you get it? He picked up the glass and asked. It tastes bad, stinky, and looks like a poor quality liquor. The liquor I drank when I was fighting in the Eagle Kingdom tastes better than this liquor. After that, he put the glass to his lips and touched it a little. It tastes sour and has no strength. This liquor is too poor. Putting down the glass, he didn't say anything more. His meaning was self-evident. List's face remained unchanged and he continued to ask, Brother, how much do you think a bottle of this liquor can be sold for? How much is a bottle? Levis narrowed his eyes. List, don't tell me this liquor is brewed in Flower Town. As you said, this is the self-brewed liquor I'm working on, flower wine. It's just that it hasn't been successfully brewed yet and the quality of the liquor obtained is very low. But anyway, I have already researched the liquor brewing technology, haven't I? Hearing this, Levis's eyes were already shining and he couldn't wait to open his mouth. What? You have developed the liquor brewing technology? God, List, don't lie to me. Do you know how valuable the liquor brewing technology is? There are only 5 kinds of liquor in the Grand Duchy, 3 of which are in the hands of the Marquis and 2 of which are in the hands of the Grand Duke. The Count commented that Levis, who has been on the battlefield, has matured. But at this moment, Levis is still the same Levis, and his eyes are red. Grandpa hasn't mastered the liquor brewing technology. Don't be too surprised, brother. It's just the liquor business. Compared to magic potions, the liquor business is nothing. It's nothing. Levis's breathing was heavy. Of course the magic potion is valuable, but it's barely enough for me to use. Father needs the potion from Tulip Castle, I need it, and maybe Litten will take a portion of it in the future. There's also Ulvera. She will definitely be shameless enough to snatch some of it. With the magical power of the great tulip sprite, the black tulip could produce a large amount of magic potions, but there were also many people who were counting on this batch of magic potions. Of course, the black tulip business was signed by the three siblings. But once the power of the great sprite was used, the share that should be turned over to the count would not be left untouched. At most, Levis would eat up all the increased profits. I'm not as lucky as you. You've got Intermediate World of Warcraft, Black Tulip, Flame Mushroom, and even Thorn Potion. You're the only one who has them. It seems that you can't make much money from magic potions, brother. Of course I can't even earn a single share. The money from my other businesses is all spent on magic potions. Do you know that every time I take a bottle of magic potion, I feel pain for a long time? You're not an elite Earth Knight yet, so you can't understand the pain and joy of an elite Earth Knight. His expression was almost distorted. So, brother is very short of money. You know the answer. What if I'm willing to share the liquor business with you? List threw out the bait that he had prepared, he was too lazy to continue acting. Levis's exaggerated expression and tone were simply exaggerated performances. He did not put his heart into it at all. He had probably guessed some of the situation when List asked him to taste the liquor. Levis was never a fool. He had been promoted to an Earth Knight in his youth and was known as a genius. If it was an outsider, List might have pretended to be polite. Since they were brothers, he might as well make it clear. Sure enough, hearing List's words, Levis immediately put away his exaggerated acting and put on an eager enthusiasm. What, List, you mean you want to share the liquor brewing technology with brother? Brother has already told me the preciousness of the liquor brewing technology. Before I separate, it doesn't matter who has it. If one day I want to separate, I will give you the liquor brewing technology as soon as possible. My idea is that I will make the liquor, you are responsible for the sales, and we will split the profits in half. After a round of bargaining, the two brothers had basically determined the way of cooperation. Levis would provide protection for the liquor business, provide the raw materials needed for brewing, and be responsible for external sales, accounting for 60% of the profits. List would be responsible for brewing the liquor, accounting for 40% of the profits. List was basically satisfied with the share of 40% and 60%. It was normal for the channel to take a big share, not to mention providing protection. If one day the two brothers really separated, the cooperation would be suspended, and the technology would be shared. The current liquor brewing technology is still under improvement, and it will take some time to really brew qualified liquor. The most important thing is that the brewing equipment is in urgent need of a batch of iron, but Flower Town is extremely short of iron. I hope you can help me solve it. Are you interested in the spoils of this time? Levis touched his chin, knowing that if he wanted to get the liquor business, it was essential. Iron has always been the most sought-after spoils of war. This time I didn't bring back too much iron ore. I don't have much at my disposal. 3,000 pounds of iron ingots, I can't get more. 3,000 pounds, that's about it. Don't think it's too little. 3,000 pounds is enough to make Viscount Trick and Viscount Jonas jealous. By the way, I forgot to ask you, why did Flower Town's flame mushroom stop? List pondered for a moment and replied, I want to store the potion. Don't be surprised, brother. Although my talent is not as good as yours, with Ella, I don't want to go further. Even if I fail, I still have to try. List said half-truthfully. No one knew that he was already an elite Earth Knight. What about the black tulip and the potion thorns? The black tulip will still be supplied to you. I also plan to store the potion thorns. That's a pity. It's hard for me to persuade you not to try, just like Ulvera. I can't stop her willfulness. But I still hope that you can think about it more. If you change your mind, come to me again. As a brother, you have to believe that I can take advantage of anyone, but I won't take advantage of you. Of course, I firmly believe in this. Then, the two talked about the surf sale. With the liquor business as a foundation, no one cared too much. They quickly reached a deal to buy 2,500 serfs at the price of 500 gold coins. I'll give you the gold coins later. As long as they are delivered before the fleet sets off. Levis did not ask List where he got so many gold coins. He was getting more and more confused about his brother. Ignorance and timidity no longer appeared, replaced by shrewdness and generosity. Chapter 239. Gold Coins. List didn't have much of this stuff. His current liquidity was only about 100 gold coins. The territory did rely on the flower caravan business to make a lot of money, and taxes were increasing day by day. However, the expenditure of the territory was also growing day by day. List's own food and drink expenses were at least a few dozen gold coins a month. Those strange delicacies were not valuable, and the cost of materials and labor were very cheap. What was valuable was the World of Warcraft meat. He had become a meat-eater who couldn't live without World of Warcraft meat. If it wasn't for the territory that could produce its own potions, his personal consumption would be even more terrifying. The construction of the territory was even more expensive. If Black Horse Island was developed, it would be a huge black hole. At least for a year or two, it would be difficult to see any benefits. The development of Flower Town was basically on the right track, but the cost was definitely not small. It seemed that nearly 9 months of development had cost List at least thousands of gold coins. If there were no smoke missions, he couldn't imagine how many things could be done. So, this time, there was a gap of 500 gold coins. List still had to rely on the reward of the smoke mission. After thinking about it, he was going to find the Count tomorrow and exchange mithril for a batch of gold coins. The next day. The sun didn't rise in time, so it looked a little gloomy. The Count had already gotten up and was writing at the desk in the study. He had been very busy these days and needed to sort out the distribution of the spoils. List, you got up early. The Count motioned to List to find a chair to sit on. Didn't Levis pull you to talk about war stories all night? In fact, my brother's eloquence still needs to be cultivated. He is still far from being able to talk all day and night. Well, he really doesn't have the talent of a diplomat. What do you want to drink, red wine, or coffee? Chatting with his son, he always felt that the atmosphere would be more stiff if he didn't drink something. Between father and son, they could never reach the level of understanding between mother and daughter. Is there milk? I don't want to drink and I don't like coffee early in the morning. List could no longer live without milk. For the time being, he could not drink the milk of his own dragon breed cows, so he could only drink ordinary milk. When the servant brought the freshly brewed milk, List could clearly feel that the quality of the milk of the Tulip Castle cows was far worse than that of the Flower Town cows. The cows on the dairy farm, even if they didn't become dragon-type cows, had definitely undergone mutation. I've been bathing with flower soap for the past 2 days. It's really good. This industry should bring you a lot of income. The Count said. 2 or 3 gold coins a day. That's about the same as the seafood business back then. But now that the seafood business is about to stop, the profits are not as good as before. The flower soap is temporarily unable to expand to the outer islands due to limited production, causing my funds to be in a very tight state. The development of the Flower Town has already surprised many people, including me, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Pressure. There was no pressure. List felt that his daily life was really stress-free. He ate, drank, practiced martial arts, rode a horse, walked the dog, played with the elves, and patrolled the territory. Occasionally, when he had inspiration, he would let the serfs realize it, or he would follow up on the smoke mission. In addition to being happy, he was also happy. Of course, this degenerate and corrupt life still needs to be low-key. He said in a joking tone, there is still pressure. If I want to achieve my wish of riding a dragon before the age of 30, I need to work hard all the time. Well. The Count was not used to this joke for a while. Don't be too ambitious. Liszt nodded. In fact, I want to become a Sky Knight as soon as possible. I heard my brother talk about your battle with Count Figo. I am very fascinated. This idea was much more realistic, and the Count easily accepted it. I hope that all 4 of you can take the Sky Knight as your goal. Every generation of the Tulip family is pursuing progress. The knight's enterprising spirit should never stop, and strive to turn pressure into motivation. I understand. Now that I am an adult, the things I used to be ignorant of are now clear. Liszt said, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Father, in addition to bringing a batch of Flower Town specialties and delicacies to Tulip Castle, I have also specially prepared a gift for you and my brother. Oh, what gift? A telescope. Liszt took out a pair of well-made telescopes from his pocket, handed them to the Count, and instructed the Count how to use them. This is a pair of stretchable monoculars. You put this small eyepiece in front of your eyes. Yes, that's it, and then point the large objective lens out of the window. When the Count did so, he was shocked at first glance. Oh, my God, the sea of tulip flowers seems to be in front of me. You can pull the telescope's objective lens out, yes, it can be pulled out longer. It's getting closer. Can they move? Is this magic? The Count held a pair of binoculars and kept looking at things in the distance. He was very excited. I see Silva. He's holding a cigarette in his hand. He's looking for a place to smoke. It's a handmade paper cigarette. It's made with fireweed, not fire. Holding the telescope, the Count began to peep. Silva, the deputy butler outside the castle, did not know that his little action of smoking was seen by the Count. The excited Count could not stop for a while. Liszt was very satisfied with the effect of the telescope, but Silva's smoking made him suddenly think, should he invent matches? The ignition tools in this world are the fire grass that can be rubbed, and the fire folding that is configured with fire grass as raw materials, which are far less convenient than matches. Lighters are more advanced and more convenient. But Liszt doesn't think he can invent a lighter, the technical content is too high. As for matches, there is no technical content. The only problem is that the match head uses phosphorus as an ignition material. If he remembered correctly, it uses red phosphorus. Red phosphorus and a substance that can make red phosphorus rub to ignite fire are applied to the match head and the matchbox. When used, it is rubbed. When not used, it is called a safety match. Phosphorus. I still have a lot of knowledge about phosphorus. Liszt thought silently. First of all, rural farming is indispensable for a fertilizer called phosphorus fertilizer. Secondly, it is said that the discovery of phosphorus element originated from alchemy. A guy who dreamed of alchemy accidentally refined phosphorus from urine. Thirdly, it was learned in middle school geography textbooks that there is a country called Nauru where bird droppings piled up and produced phosphorus rock. Finally, the legendary ghost fire is said to be formed by phosphorus in human bones burning in the air. So, if you want to get phosphorus, you have to deal with feces and urine? Liszt was helpless. He didn't want to be a TFBOYS. It is best to find bird droppings. Find an island with many seabirds, maybe there will be phosphorus rock. Even if I can't get phosphorus, I can use it as fertilizer, phosphorus fertilizer. Chapter 240. I invented it. You invented it? Yes, a shipwreck was found on the coast of Flower Town and some treasures were salvaged, including a few crystals. I invited a crystal craftsman and a wizard to carve a crystal lamp for me. Then I found that after the crystal was ground into a lens, the two pieces superimposed on each other could magnify the line of sight. The story was naturally a fabricated story, but the Count did not delve into the truth of the story. For him, it was not important how the telescope was invented. What was important was why the telescope could see so far and what other uses it had. No wonder many people say that you have been blessed by the glory of the night in the past year. The Count rubbed the wooden lens of the telescope and said with emotion, "Can you recognize its value? I think it can be used in war. If you can observe the enemy's movements from a distance, it should be of great help. The knight's charge, if you can use the telescope, can capture the local orders of chivalry's movements faster and grasp the most suitable fighter. Its value can be very small, or even useless. The large-scale orders of chivalry's charge is a head-on collision, but it can also be very big." The Count was very experienced in the charge all year round. The small orders of chivalry are more mobile and flexible. With the telescope, whether it is a sneak attack or a counter-sneak attack, you can seize the initiative. In yesterday's battle deduction game, if I had a telescope, many of your sneak attack tactics would not work at all. Liszt nodded and then added, "If I used the telescope, I could achieve more brilliant tactical results." Well, there is nothing wrong with that. So the value of the telescope can be very great, and I think it is very suitable to give it to you as a gift. You have grown up. The Count sighed again, his eyes full of relief, but he quickly restrained it. The telescope is of great significance, and its secrets need to be protected. It must not be known by outsiders. So far, I am probably the only one who can understand the secrets inside the telescope. Liszt suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, the crystal craftsman Brad, if he has the heart, he should be able to understand the principle of the telescope. After all, he was the one who made the lens. Then, this crystal craftsman must not be left alone. How about you give him and his family to me? As for the theory behind the telescope, I can immediately present it to Tulip Castle. Liszt had an idea and said. As for Brad's family, they were freedmen, which was meaningless. If the Count wanted to arrange someone to go to the Flower Town, then no one could defy him. Of course, the Count would not bother with such a trivial matter. I'll let Jacob deal with it later. Jacob is the Earl's territorial advisor. Satisfied with the telescope, the Count did not wait for Liszt to open his mouth and took the initiative to give more benefits. I heard that you got 3,000 caddies of iron ingots from Levis. The Count was well aware of the little tricks between his sons, so he said it so calmly, but it was not without the intention of beating him up. Because Levis and Liszt never played with Lytton. Such a clear estrangement was a situation that the Count did not want to see, they were all his sons. Yes, I have improved the process of ordinary fermented wine and brewed a semi-finished liquor. I hope to cooperate with my brother to sell it. 3,000 caddies of iron ingots is a little gift from my brother. You can come up with the technology of liquor, which shows that you are not only blessed by the glory of the night, but also have a big picture and long-term planning. I am full of expectations for your future. I will give you 10,000 caddies of iron ingots from the spoils of war as compensation for the telescope technology. The Count was generous. Liszt was very excited. Thank you, Lord Father. As a rare resource, 10,000 caddies of iron can be made into a lot of ironware, which is very valuable. Perhaps the role of ironware is mostly used to make armor and weapons, but for Liszt, iron is one of the basic materials of industry, which is a material that wood can never replace. Even if Liszt has fast-growing iron thorns, wood of ironwood quality. After thanking him, Liszt called the manservant and brought the 5 pieces of mithril ore that he had specially prepared into the study. Lord Father, this is one of the treasures I found in the shipwreck. I want to exchange it for some gold coins. The territory's financial income is not enough and is very tight. Mithril? The Count, of course, has seen this ore and immediately recognized it in his hand. In fact, he has armed an elite knight squad with mithril armor. These 5 pieces of mithril can be integrated into iron ingots and can be made into almost 10 sets of mithril armor. They are very valuable. He gave List a meaningful look. List looked at the Count calmly. He understood what the Count meant. The flower town had brought out a lot of good things. The benefits from the shipwreck were probably more than just a few pieces of mithril and the previously mentioned crystals. However, he also understood that the Count would never rob his own son of his private property. How about a piece of mithril or converted into 100 gold coins? Of course, thank you for your generosity, Lord Father. 500 gold coins can buy 2,500 serfs, which is almost more than the population of Flower Town. Are you sure Flower Town can afford it? The Count said with a smile. List's heart thumped. He always felt that this smile was more profound than the look in his eyes just now. It was as if the Count had seen through everything a long time ago. Under this smile, List felt that all his secrets were exposed. He had reason to think so. With the Count's knowledge of Coral Island, it was not difficult to know anything. Does he already know the existence of Black Horse Island? The thought flashed, and List immediately suppressed it. Whether he knew or not, he just pretended not to know. Reclaiming a deserted island was not something that would anger the gods. As long as the Count did not know the existence of the Black Blood Horse, even if Black Horse Island was known, it would not matter. At least for now, the Count was not clear about the Black Blood Horse. Otherwise, even if List was his own son, he would not hesitate to take the Black Blood Horse. The affection of the aristocracy was not worth mentioning in the face of great benefits. Besides, it was not a big deal to take the horses and compensate List with some gold coins. How could the father-son relationship be shaken? Why not? There was no need for the Count to rob. As long as he launched a little family public opinion, Madame Penelope, Madame Marie, Vera, and Levis would be able to drown List. In fact, from the perspective of interests, it was not necessarily a bad thing to contribute the Black Blood Horse to the Count. But List was reluctant. The horses were in the hands of the Tulip family. He did not know how many years it would take for them to be given to his armed knight squad. As a future dragon knight with a broad mind, his own things were his own things. If he did not want to give it to anyone, no one could take it away. The resources of the family should support him to achieve his lofty ideals and revitalize the family. Chapter 241. That night, List invited his friends to a banquet at Tulip Castle, a total of 15 people. They were all descendants of knight who could not inherit the title, or trainee Knight Academy knight. Among them, List was most interested in the 2 Earth Knights, Rick Footprint, who had previously said that he would follow him at the aristocratic manor, and Griffin Haystack, an orphan. Griffin's combat energy attribute was lightning. He had just turned 20 years old, and his combat power was good. The only flaw was his stutter. Nobles paid attention to appearance, and they also paid attention to their physique. They could be ugly, but they could not be disabled. Stuttering was classified as a disability, so Griffin was not selected for the Orders of Chivalry in Coral City, and he was sad for a long time. He remembered that List's predecessor had also laughed at Griffin. But later he found that Griffin was a good person, very simple and honest, and he gradually felt a sense of sympathy for him. Of course, maybe he wanted to have a disabled person by his side to set off him. Now List was very satisfied with Griffin. He was simple and honest, hard-working, and regarded himself as a confidant. He could be said to be a very suitable candidate for a follower, and his loyalty was guaranteed. Except for Rick and Griffin, the rest were trainee knight. They might be qualified to be an official, but they were not qualified to enter the knight squad. Marcus, Russell, Randy, Rick, and Griffin, I already have 5 members of the knight squad, and with 7 more, I can start a team. After sending away his friends who had drunk too much, List returned to the room he had lived in for more than 10 years and thought quietly. The knight squad was a unit, and they could practice the method of joint attacks, mixing their combat energy and rolling it into one. Only with a knight squad would one be qualified to go to the battlefield. As for List himself, his safety could be handed over to Dosen and the hired Paris. He believed that with the strength of 1 man and 1 dog, even if they were really chased by the Sword Saint, they could still escape. Moreover, I am the Count's son, and I am responsible for logistics. Levis was in charge of logistics on the battlefield. Of course, he couldn't lose to Levis. He had to snatch the logistics job. The next day was the celebration feast. All the aristocrats in the vicinity of Coral Island rushed to Tulip Castle. Together with the servants they brought, the entire Tulip Castle was as noisy as a vegetable market. The members of the Orders of Chivalry who participated in the battle did not have a noble title and were certain that they would not receive a noble title this time. After receiving their gold coins as rewards, they immediately went back to their homes to find their mothers. There were 7 knights left without titles. The 7 of them were knight who had made great contributions this time and could be conferred the title of Lord Knight. They were all in great joy and couldn't wait for the conferment ceremony to begin immediately. In fact, there were 3 other knights who could be conferred the title of Baron. However, those 3 knights were the followers of the 2 viscounts, so they couldn't attend the count's banquet. At the moment, there were 3 viscounts in Tulip Castle: Trick Wildgrass, Jonas Gravel, and Levis Tulip. There were 16 Baron, including List Tulip, 76 Lord Knight, plus the 7 newly promoted ones, for a total of 83. If I remember correctly, the Count used to have 82 Lord Knight. It seems that 6 Knight Lords died on the battlefield this time. The sacrifice of a knight was normal, and the death of a Knight Lord was also not uncommon. The death of Baron and above aristocrats was getting lower and lower. They were all lords responsible for commanding their knight followers to fight. Dangerous charges were, of course, the followers fought to the death, and the lords could not take the lead in the charge. Just like List, when he formed the knight squad, he never planned to include himself in it. He had his own reasons for not participating in the battle. After riding on Dosen, he was an existence that kept the formation in check. I'm here, don't panic, charge. It was said that there were 2 kinds of leadership charisma: follow me and go for me. The leader who follows me can win the support and love of his subordinates, and thus exert great combat power. However, List still chose to go for me. How could the life of a peasant compare to the life of an aristocrat? The leader who follows me is often engraved on a monument, but the leader who goes for me will always be your leader. Actually, this is not a strict statement. There should be 3 kinds of lords. The first kind: everyone follows me, and we share the benefits together. The second kind: everyone goes for me, and we share the benefits together. The third kind: everyone goes for me, and all the benefits belong to me. I want to be the third kind of lord the most, but let's be the second kind first. The conferring ceremony before the celebration banquet was very lively. 7 new Lord Knight held the medal that symbolized the title of Lord Knight with tears in their eyes. There was a huge gap between civilians and aristocrats, and it often took the efforts of several generations to achieve. But once you had a title, even if you died on the battlefield, your descendants would inherit the title. It was an unshakable and hereditary nobility, unless there were no children after death, or if you made a big mistake, aristocratic titles were rarely deprived. I swear to serve you with my life. The 7 Lord Knight knelt on one knee and solemnly performed the standard knight's loyalty etiquette to the Count. The Count sat on the main seat and accepted it calmly. He said some words of encouragement and warning. The general meaning was, I hope you will serve me with all your heart in the future. I can give you titles, but I can also take them back. Keep a humble attitude, abide by the virtues of a knight, and don't let me down." After the conferring ceremony, the atmosphere reached a climax. The Lord Knight was drinking and bragging downstairs. The Baron, the Viscount, and the Count were drinking and bragging upstairs. Whether it was those who participated in the war or those who did not, they were all drinking heartily. Liszt was still not used to this kind of overly lively banquet and fell into a state of silence. Only when others raised their glasses to toast did he pick up his glass and exchange a few words of flattery with the other party. The current Liszt was no longer the Count's useless son, but a rising future Viscount. Even Baron Henderson, who scolded Liszt for being greedy in the territory, found an opportunity to toast to Liszt with a flattering smile instead of complaining to the Count. "Baron Liszt, I wish Flower Town a prosperous business." Liszt simply responded, "I also wish your territory a prosperous business." Baron Henderson wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. He just drained his glass, smiled ingratiatingly, and returned to his seat. The most eye-catching younger generation at the banquet. Not Liszt, but his brother Levis. On the battlefield this time, Levis was in charge of logistics and communication. He had seen blood and killed people. He had become a qualified heir in the eyes of the Count's followers. In the case of the Count being too majestic and only touching his lips when drinking, the followers naturally focused their firepower on Levis. Liszt could only be regarded as being affected by the firepower. But even if he was silent and tried to be invisible, he was drunk by the end of the celebration banquet. When he was helped to bed by the servants, there was only one thought in his drowsy mind: sooner or later, I will also become a count. Only I can persuade others to drink, no one dares to persuade me to drink. Chapter 242. When he woke up, the qi in his body had eliminated the symptoms of the hangover, and Liszt was full of energy again. He said goodbye to the Count. "The New Year's Day is in 2 days. I have to return to Flower Town to deal with some estate affairs. Just in time, I was going to send someone to inform you of something." "Father, please speak." "Last night, a ship from Red Crab Island arrived. The deputy steward of Longtaro Castle came by ship. He brought a letter from your uncle Masiro. The letter mentioned that your grandfather's body has never recovered, and this year is probably the last time he will celebrate the New Year's Day. So your uncle hopes that you 3 siblings can go to Red Crab Island to celebrate the New Year's Day. Marquis Merlin's body has come to an end." Liszt was inexplicably sad. He had a good impression of Marquis Merlin, who gave him a gem weapon, the Red Blood Sword. Not to mention the feelings from the memory of his predecessor. "When do we set off?" "You go back to Flower Town today and come back tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, you will set off with the ship. The 2-day voyage will be just in time for the New Year's Day." The Count set the time. "Yes. I'm finally going back." Paris stretched and cheered up. "I have begun to miss the egg rolls in Flower Town. Oh my God, there are no egg rolls in Coral City. Not every place is called Flower Town." Liszt raised his cloak and mounted Black Dragon. A black warhorse, black World of Warcraft leather armor, and a bright red cloak. The hood was not worn on his head, revealing his light blonde finger-length hair, blowing in the cold wind. It could dazzle a group of young girls and old girls. Young Master Liszt is really handsome. The maids cleaning outside the castle, when they saw Liszt at this time, blushed. It was unknown what kind of Mary Sue or Tom Sue story they were thinking of. Paris happened to hear the whispers of the maids and couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, when she saw Liszt waving to Madame Penelope, Vera, and Madame Marie on horseback, she couldn't help but smile. She was also dazzled for a while, only feeling the imposing aura of Tom Sue hit her whole body. How can a man be so handsome? Galloping all the way back to Flower Town, it was still snowing lightly. The snow on the ground was not very thick. The main road was very clean. During List's absence, the Flower Town's officials and serfs obviously did not slack off. After returning to the castle, the officials immediately came to report their work. Advisor Gort, these people are Brad's family. They have moved to the Flower Town. You are responsible for arranging a house for them. Also, Philip, tell Brad to come here. I have something to tell him. After List finished speaking, he asked another question. Have you finished handing over the iron ingots that I asked the caravan to transport back? The iron ingots have been stored in the castle's warehouse. Without your instructions, we haven't handed them over to the smithy for forging. Leave 3,000 caddies of iron ingots in storage and take out 10,000 caddies of iron ingots to give to the blacksmith shop. Try your best to make a batch of construction tools and logging tools. In the future, cutting down iron thorns will be a big problem. As you wish. Soon, Brad, the crystal craftsman who was carving volcanic glassware, rushed to the castle. Then he learned from his family that the Count had ordered his family to move to the Flower Town and become List's subjects. They had to stay in the Flower Town for the rest of their lives. Brad's heart collapsed. From a well-off city dweller, he suddenly became a small-town country bumpkin. But he did not dare to complain because this was the Count's order. On the Coral Island, no one dared to disobey the Count's will, not even the aristocratic lords. Seeing Brad's reluctance, List was in a good mood and comforted him. Brad, don't worry about your future life. The beauty of the Flower Town will exceed your imagination. Sir Lord, I am not worried about my life. The Flower Town is beautiful and the food is delicious, I know that. But I am worried about my job. I can't get any more crystal carving work here. Oh my God, I think I will starve to death. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became, and he almost cried. I said, don't worry about your life, don't worry about your job. You just need to work for the castle and for me. I can ensure that your income will not be less than what you have in Coral City. Brad was a craftsman at the level of a craftsman. List attached great importance to him because he could not only carve crystals, but also volcanic glass, which meant that the future of glass carving could be handed over to Brad. Glass was a product that List would research sooner or later. After a few simple words of comfort, he became impatient. No matter how powerful the craftsman was, he was just a civilian in front of him. He gave face and said a few words, but he did not give face and directly whipped him. Isaiah, remember to build a crystal workshop in the workshop area and give it to Brad to preside over. As you wish. The town's affairs could not be said to be small, but not many. At least for the Flower Town's New Year's celebration, arrangements must be made. This was a festival that any country would celebrate. The town also needed a festival to relax the people and increase cohesion. Gort, as an advisor, could preside over this year's New Year's celebration. Marcus was sent to Black Horse Island to preside over the New Year's celebration on Black Horse Island. He was relieved that Isaiah, Blair, and others would take care of the construction of the territory. Moreover, he also decided to let Zambrata take up his post ahead of schedule as the town's legal officer and assist Isaiah in managing the construction. Russell and Randy, the two Earth Knights, let them go home for the festival. After all, they had not officially followed him. So, the report was over. The officials were sent away. List began to deal with the castle's private affairs. He told the butler, Carter, I have to return to Tulip Castle tomorrow. This year, I will go to Red Crab Island's Long Taro Castle for the New Year's festival. Therefore, I will not be back for at least 10 days. I need to make some preparations. Mr. Carter, take care of the castle for me. Of course, your will is my guide. Carter replied gracefully. Then help me choose a gift first. What kind of gift should I bring for Grandpa, Uncle, and Cousin? There is Levis and Elvira in front of me. I am just a country baron. There is no need to spend too much. It is best to send some specialties. Flour soap is pretty good, and oyster sauce. Oyster sauce was a specialty of the oyster settlement. Half of the seafood business of the flour caravan was selling oyster sauce. The aristocrats of Coral Island cooked with oyster sauce. It was very suitable for gifts, especially the effect of oyster sauce, which any man would like. With oyster sauce and flour soap as a base, Carter helped choose a few gifts, and a gift list was completed. Then there was discussion of issues such as how to take care of the sprite worm. Carter suddenly remembered, "Master, there is one thing I don't know how you will arrange." "What is it?" When old Defoe of the kennel came to check on Stupid Woman's condition, he said that Stupid Woman may give birth in the next half-month. "I don't know how you will arrange it." Did he say when exactly? He can only see a general idea. Otherwise, I will have someone call old Defoe over. Chapter 243. Stupid Woman's status in Flower Town was pitiful. Since she was caught, she has not only been used as Dawson's fertility machine, but she has also been imprisoned in a secret room. Her bestial nature has long been worn out, leaving only slavery. This is the destruction of life, this is the obliteration of nature. If there was a small animal protection organization on the island, List would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame and enjoy the treatment of being reviled by thousands of people. Unfortunately, there is no such organization on the island, and humans have no sympathy for World of Warcraft. Isn't World of Warcraft born to be killed by humans to eat and earn gold coins? The snow in the dog prison is thick, and no one has come to clean it in the past few days. Although Stupid Woman no longer releases magic and has almost forgotten the existence of rock thorns, for ordinary people, it is still a huge threat. "My lord, it really won't kill me?" Old Defoe trembled as he followed List into the dog prison. I'll stay outside the dog prison and look at it." "Don't be nervous, old Defoe, I'm here, what are you afraid of?" List said gently. "This time I want you to observe closely and see the approximate birth period of Stupid Woman. Don't be nervous, you see, I'm already standing here. Is there any dangerous movement from Stupid Woman?" Old Defoe wanted to take a step, but his legs did not listen to him. My lord, a pregnant mother will be furious if a stranger approaches. Stupid Woman will not." Snap. List, who had lost his patience, kicked old Defoe's butt with his boot. "If I ask you to come forward and observe, then come forward and observe, or go directly to my retainer knight and receive 100 whips. 100 whips can kill a strong man." Old Defoe was kicked and finally got rid of his fear of Stupid Woman. He carefully began to check Stupid Woman's situation around the cage. Stupid Woman turned her head and looked at old Defoe. Her mouth slightly opened and she let out a low growl. List threw in a piece of jerky. The next moment, Stupid Woman roared and began to shake her tail and chew the jerky. Blessed Curl stretched out his claws outside the cage and wanted to grab the jerky. He never knew what it meant to be tender. After a while, old Defoe gave the conclusion of his observation, "My lord, judging from the changes in Stupid Woman's body shape and the signs of moist private parts, she is not ready to give birth and will probably need half a month of gestation. But I can't guarantee that it might be born prematurely. Generally, dogs can give birth after 2 months of pregnancy. Stupid Woman is a World of Warcraft, and the pregnancy time is longer, but after all, she is still a dog, and no matter how long she grows, she will not grow much." Old Defoe, who had raised dogs for many years, had rich experience in the pregnancy and birth of ordinary dogs, but he could only guess about World of Warcraft. List had a rough idea. What he was most worried about was that the first person Stupid Woman would see when she opened her eyes was not him. The reason why Dawson was so loyal was because the first person it saw when it opened its eyes was List. If Stupid Woman gave birth 10 days later, List would be able to return from Red Crab Island before the cub opened its eyes. Otherwise, he would miss the time when the puppy opened its eyes. At that time, when the puppy opened its eyes, it would see Stupid Woman. Although it could be tamed and cultivated from an early age, loyalty could not be completely guaranteed. List did not like this kind of unguaranteed loyalty. People could be kidnapped by interests and family, but it was difficult to restrain World of Warcraft except for recognizing its master. For example, Marcus, whose family was in Flower Town, List trusted him because the cost of Marcus's betrayal was so high that he could hardly afford it. Basically, these officials and knight were difficult to betray on the Tulip family's Coral Island. Another example was Paris. She had her sister Maggie as a constraint. As long as Mrs. Harriet's family could establish an unbreakable relationship with Maggie, it would be difficult for Paris to betray. Of course, there was still a risk of her betrayal, and it would take time to establish real trust. As a Black Dragon gang member, she had high research value and was worth the risk that List would take to keep her by his side. He would study her slowly in the future. After instructing the servants to clean the dog prison carefully, List took Dosen and left the reluctant Stupid Woman. He could only stay in Flower Town for one night. The Flowers was still docked at Black Horse Island, so List could not get back his calm pearl, which made him very uncomfortable. He should have asked Glanny Truth to create another calm pearl a long time ago. Going out to sea without the calm pearl always felt unsafe. Arriving at Tulip Castle, he met Rainieri, the deputy butler of Longtaro Castle. Rainieri had delicate curly hair and the most popular steel voice of the upper class. He spoke more accurately than List. "Young Master List, Rainieri greets you. Mr. Rainieri, how is my grandfather's health? The master can get out of bed and walk, but he was seriously injured when he was young and left a hidden disease. Even high-level chi can't repair it, which seriously dragged down the master's health," Rainieri said heavily. As a veteran Sky Knight, Merlin Longtaro fought all over the world when he was young and suffered countless injuries. Chi can repair physical wounds, but serious injuries to the internal organs are difficult to heal with Chi. Chi is more suitable for repairing skin injuries. I believe that Grandpa is omnipotent and powerful enough to overcome any hidden disease and restore his health. Thank you for your blessing, we all think so. After greeting Rainieri, List found Levis and Elvira and asked them about the gift arrangements. As the heir of Tulip Castle, Levis naturally had a lot of gifts, all of which were very high-end and expensive, including a gift from the Count to his father-in-law. Elvira's gift was much lighter. It was a small gift with a heart. She was a female aristocrat. She could not pick out a few gifts. "Let me see your gifts, flour soap and flour oyster sauce. And these are egg rolls, bread, and longevity noodles?" Elvira helped List check the size of the gifts. "What is longevity noodles?" "It's a long, long noodle." "Oh, I forgot that you don't know what noodles are." "Noodles are Mrs. Abby's new food. A long noodle, boiled in water, with seasonings, and with 2 eggs, is a very delicious dish. And long noodles mean longevity. Very creative. I'm jealous that you have a chef like Mrs. Abby. My chef can only make bread and can't even learn how to scramble eggs. But don't you think these gifts are too light? Grandpa gave you a gem weapon. Are the gifts you sent worth a gold coin?" "It's probably worth 2 gold coins." After hearing Elvira's words, List also began to feel ashamed. These gifts were said to be local specialties, but to put it bluntly, they were cheap local goods. After thinking about it, he added, "I'll add a black pearl." A fist-sized black pearl could be made into a defensive magic equipment and was worth hundreds of gold coins. In this way, his gift had value and was no longer shabby. Chapter 244. The sailboats of Red Crab Island had sails that covered the sky. It was embroidered with a huge, sapphire, symbol, which was the symbol of the court, signifying the dignity and authority of the sapphire family. This ship is really big. It's much bigger than the tulip family's ship. It was the first time that Paris had seen such a huge ship. It was a new experience for her. Liszt ignored his noble image and sat on the deck stairs at the bow of the ship, his back against the soft fur on Dosun's belly. The strong sea breeze blew, causing his originally meticulously combed light blonde short hair to flutter unceasingly. This is the palace's fast sailboat. It can reach a speed of 10 knots when the wind is right. My grandfather used to be in charge of the palace navy. He had a high position and was deeply trusted by the Grand Duke. After he left office, he gave me a few fast sailboats. The Taro family had always been known for their shrewdness. They were absolute followers of the Grand Duke. In the past, when Marquis Merlin's father was still a count, he used all of his family's wealth to support the previous generation's Grand Duke in waging war. In the end, he obtained the title of Marquis and the huge Red Crab Island. After the new Grand Duke ascended to the throne, he relied on Marquis Merlin to take charge of the palace navy. It should be known that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire couldn't do without the navy when fighting across the sea. It could be seen how much the Grand Duke relied on Marquis Merlin. Unfortunately, Marquis Merlin had fallen ill and was no longer serving in the court. As for Liszt's uncle, Mesiro Longtaro, although he was also a sky knight, he did not inherit Marquis Merlin's martial prowess. It was only at the age of 35 that he managed to break through to high-level Do Chi. At this age, Li William had already established the Coral Island lineage by virtue of his Sky Knight fighting strength. Although Masiro's talent was terrible, it was said that cousin Miopal's talent was pretty good. He was 25 years old this year and had already touched the critical point of a Sky Knight. He could break through at any time. It had to be said. At the level of accumulation of wealth, even a pig could be piled up into a Sky Knight. He might not be as talented as Li William, who played the black medicine style, but it would not be a problem for him to ensure his family's survival. If they worked hard to nurture the next generation, they would still be able to ensure the prosperity of the clan. Your name is Paris. Ulvera had also arrived on the deck. After greeting Liszt with a smile, she began to chat with Paris. Yes, Ulvera Baron. You are not a native of Coral Island? Your accent is very different from the accent here. I'm from the Eagle Kingdom. Serf? No, I'm a mercenary. Oh, there are many mercenaries on the continent. How did you come to Coral Island and accept my brother's employment? I came by boat. My sister was sold to the Flower Town. I followed her here and then accepted Sir Baron's employment. How are your skills? Ulvera suddenly had the urge to give it a try. Liszt was watching how Ulvera was trying to win over Paris. He didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and scratched an itch for Dosun. Instead, he wanted to see if Ulvera could win over Paris and test Paris's loyalty. Paris glanced at Liszt, who was concentrating on grooming Dosun. She turned her head and said to Ulvera, I am an elite Earth Knight. Baron Ulvera, do you want to compete with me? I haven't reached the elite level yet, so I will ask you for advice on fighting skills. As you wish. Immediately, the two took out their respective swords and began to fight. After a series of clashing sounds, Ulvera's sword was knocked away. It could be seen that Paris held back. She didn't even use the trick of light and shadow. She defeated Ulvera, who had chi, by relying on her physical fitness. After the match, Ulvera praised Paris. After chatting with Liszt for a while, she left the bow and returned to the cabin. She didn't directly propose to recruit Paris. Now, Ulvera had really restrained her previous Chinibu temper and no longer continued to snatch good things in front of Liszt. Your sister is far weaker than you. Paris suddenly said. She has been promoted to an Earth Knight before she was a minor. Among the female knight, she is a very talented genius. Liszt smiled and said very calmly, "But my talent is even more outstanding." Paris turned her head and didn't respond to Liszt. After the mercenary left, except for a few working sailors, only Liszt and Dosen were left on the deck. Dosen was too big and didn't like to stay in the cabin. Liszt did not return to the cabin and continued to accompany Dosen on the deck. Sailing on the sea was a very boring thing. Liszt dozed off and thought about some trivial things. Thinking of this trip to Longtaro Castle, he did not know if he would be able to see Athena Salmon again. This beautiful girl had left a deep impression on him. But he didn't have the nerve to ask the deputy butler Rainieri about Athena's recent situation. At Athena's age, it was difficult for her to be single. After all, she wasn't a picky person like Elvira. It can't be said that Athena's eyes are not picky. Being able to choose me from the crowd at the ball shows that her conditions for choosing a partner are very high. He was imagining the scene of Athena seeing him and expressing her love again. Suddenly, he heard the lookout at the top of the mast exclaim, "It's the devil cloud." Then the lookout blew the horn. The low, penetrating sound of the horn immediately woke up the people on the ship from their lethargy and hurriedly walked out of the cabin. Liszt certainly understood the meaning of this horn, which meant that the ship was in danger. He quickly stood up, holding Dosen's hand, and nervously observed the surroundings. With this observation, he saw that on the route ahead of the ship, the sky had become gloomy. Dark clouds were roiling, mixed with bolts of lightning, crushing the skyline as they came crashing over. Devil cloud! It's the devil cloud! The sailors exclaimed one after another, and were eventually stopped by the captain's voice, "Don't panic. Lower the sail. Drop the anchor. The bow anchor immediately sinks and the stern anchor ready." The voice was not loud, but the well-trained sailors immediately calmed the restlessness and began to quickly lower the sail. A group of strong sailors turned the capstan and dropped the bow anchor. The huge wooden chain, driven by the anchor, made a harsh friction sound and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. There was a lack of iron, so the anchors were made of wood. Although the anchors were made of wood, they were ironwood, which sank into the water. A wooden anchor may weigh up to half a ton. When it sank into the water, the huge drag force immediately stopped the sailing ship and fixed it on the sea. Liszt was a little flustered. Because he did not bring the calm pearl, he was already uncomfortable. He did not expect to really encounter danger at sea. In the vast sea, it was easy to swallow a few people. Seeing that Levis was rushing to the captain's room, he also rushed over, just in time to hear Levis's shout, "What is the devil cloud?" The captain took out the wine jug and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He calmed down and said, "Noble lords, don't panic, it's just a storm at sea. In my life, I have encountered more storms than I have eaten white bread." The Cancer was once a palace sailing ship, with a huge tonnage, and the ability to resist storms can completely resist the devil cloud. Hearing him say it so easily, everyone calmed down a little. Chapter 245. In the vast sea, sea monsters were an unavoidable topic for seafarers, but in addition to sea monsters, various storms and disasters were also an eternal topic. In addition to these, ghost ships, singing demons, and so on were often repeatedly mentioned by sailors. The Devil Cloud was a mixed story of storms and ghost ships. Liszt was not unfamiliar with the origin of this story. The captain pointed to the rolling black clouds in the distant sky and the lightning in the black clouds, and said without fear, "The Devil Cloud is the manifestation of the vengeful spirit of Marquis Cohen." Marquis Cohen? Liszt quickly remembered that there was a keel bone in his gem space. According to Captain Costo on the Flower, the keel bone technique originated from the magicians of Marquis Cohen's family. However, with Marquis Cohen's participation in the palace coup and the destruction of his family, the keel bone technique was lost. The ghost ship's captain, Marquis Cohen, was once the king of navigation in the Aquamarine Sea. Legend has it that he went to the Devil's Sea and obtained the power of the devil. Looking at the approaching dark clouds and lightning, the captain said with a trembling voice. There were no legends of gods in this world, but there were legends of devils. The sea beyond the aquamarine sea was called the Devil's Sea because in legend, the Devil's Sea was a place where devils roamed. Even the dragon knight did not dare to cross the Devil's Sea. Levis, however, impatiently scolded, "What nonsense! Marquis Cohen was just a marquis 100 years ago. He committed a great crime of rebellion and was strangled to death in a prison on Blue Dragon Island." The captain chuckled, feeling a little gloomy, but there were sailors who really saw a ghost ship in the Devil's Cloud, flying the flag of Marquis Cohen's sheep head. The sheep head burned with green fire, turned into a skeleton, and sucked all the blood out of people. Maroto. Rainieri, the deputy steward on the ship, had just arrived. When he heard what he said, he immediately shouted, "Put away your nonsense. The nobles are countless times more knowledgeable than you. Keep your nonsense to scare yourself. Hurry up and find a way to survive this storm." After saying that, Rainieri said to the three siblings, "I'm sorry, young master, young miss, Maroto likes to talk nonsense. He definitely has a way to survive this storm. Let him stay in the captain's cabin and command the sailors to fight against the storm. You guys go rest in the cabin first." List did not want to rest. He still wanted to figure out the devil cloud that Captain Maroto had mentioned. However, Levis, who was sure that Maroto was babbling nonsense, had already left. He thought about it and could only follow him out of the captain's cabin. This was indeed not a good time to disturb Maroto's command. They arrived at the cabin. Rainieri asked the accompanying manservant to serve coffee and explained, "Little young master, little miss, please forgive Captain Maroto's nonsense. He was once the most outstanding captain of Red Crab Island. He commanded the sailboat and rushed out of a deadly whirlpool. His son died in a storm accident." A melodramatic story came out of Rainieri's mouth. 5 years ago, Rainieri's family was harmonious and happy. He had a handsome only son and his dream was to command a ship to sail the azure wave sea like his father. For this dream, the young man started as a sailor and worked until he became the first mate. Finally, he had the opportunity to command a ship independently. But 3 months later, the ship did not return. Only 2 sailors on the ship escaped. They claimed that the ship had encountered the devil hiding in the storm clouds. The ghost ship flying the flag of the Marquis Cohen family engulfed their ship. Rainieri's son was swallowed by the devil while they were unconscious on the plank and were rescued by a passing merchant ship. Since then, Maroto firmly believed that the devil cloud would find him sooner or later. When he saw the storm clouds, he thought that the devil cloud had come. He had a high prestige on the ship. The sailors were personally trained by him. When he said it was the devil cloud, the sailors called it the devil cloud. After listening, Levis frowned and said, "Mr. Rainieri, since Maroto has become a madman, why does Longtaro Castle still let him continue to be the captain?" Rainieri said awkwardly, "His experience is an irreplaceable and valuable asset. On the sea, he can always overcome storms. No one is more suitable to be a captain than him. When the master was still able to fight, he would always take Maroto's ship and go overseas." Levis raised his eyebrows and did not continue to say anything. After all, he was the meritorious captain of Longtaro Castle. Occasionally being foolish was not enough to be abandoned. List looked at his brother and sister, who had calmed down, and still felt uneasy. He pushed the door open and went out. "I'm a little stuffy, I'm going up to see what's going on." "Sir Baron, do you feel uneasy?" Paris followed. Touching Dosun's fur, List did not speak. He just released magic eyes and observed the dark clouds and lightning that were about to roll over. Like a black towering wall, it roared to cut off the connection between the sea and the world, isolating the fast-sailing ship from the world. The picture of the sky being half black and half white was shuddering. In the vision of magic eyes, the black clouds and the rising and falling lightning had vague signs of magic, but it seemed to be just a magic reaction caused by the lightning. When the lightning lit up, there was a trace of magic. When the lightning went out, the trace of magic disappeared. It shouldn't be the magic of the ghost ship, it's just that the lightning stimulated the wandering magic. List had seen the scene of lightning and thunder, and at that time, he also found that lightning could stimulate magic. If there was a ghost ship, just like he could find the 36D specter hidden in the keel, magic eyes would definitely be able to see the magic of the ghost ship. No, it meant that it was not a devil cloud, just a simple storm. It could relax the mood. However, he was still nervous and vexed. I should have brought the sea-calming divine pearl with me. When I go back this time, I must ask Granny Truth to make me a calm pearl again. No, I'll make the largest black pearl into a sea-calming divine pearl. I hate storms. His anxiety was quickly suppressed by him. He touched Dosun's fur and thought, Dosun has learned to swim. I can ride him and drift on the sea. It can also release rock thorns in the sea, so it shouldn't be difficult to stab ordinary sea monsters to death. However, he quickly thought of a problem. He immediately ordered his retainer knight, Philip, go and inform Sir Lydon to remember to send someone to guard the life raft. If there is no problem, then so be it, but if there is, make sure that the life raft is in our hands. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, he remembered that Paris was right beside him. If his selfish words were heard by her, he would definitely be despised and his loyalty would be lowered. However, his brain turned very fast. He turned his head and said directly to Paris, who had not yet reacted, if the storm capsizes the sailboat, remember to follow me closely and don't rush around. There are only a few life rafts on the ship, and they can't save too many people. I don't want anything to happen to you. Paris, who did not know what was going on, was immediately moved. No, thank you, I should be the one to protect you. Only by living will you have a chance to protect me. Chapter 246. You jump I jump. If you jump, I'll jump. When Liz stood at the bow of the ship, he charmed many ignorant girls. List always felt that there was nothing to be touched about. It was just an affair, and he described it as if it was a thunderstorm. But at this moment, looking at Paris who was so moved that she stuttered, he suddenly understood that women and men were two different creatures. He had goosebumps after he said that sentence. It was disgusting. It was hard to imagine that he could say it with a little affection. The most important thing was that Paris actually believed it. She was so touched that her gaze became gentle. The art of controlling is broad and profound. Only by talking about honor and interests to men can it be effective. But for women, benefits and honor are all secondary. You can only start with feelings. At this moment, many insights came to List's mind. Practice makes true knowledge, and his understanding of women went up another level. He immediately realized why he always met with a wall when chasing a girl in his previous life. Even if he made ice cream for the girl, he still couldn't win her favor. The reason was very simple, there were two. He was not handsome, so he didn't know how to talk. Now, not only was he handsome, but he also learned how to talk. The loyalty of the female mercenary to me has increased by about 10 points. The full value should be 70 points. The atmosphere was fleeting because the dark clouds of thunder and lightning were approaching. The sky was completely dark, and only the light of the lightning flashed. Let's go back to the cabin first. Okay. Dosun was also pulled into the cabin. In the cabin, Levis and Elvira were informed. The three siblings looked at each other and exchanged their thoughts in an instant. When there was danger, the life raft would be distributed by them. If necessary, the sailors on the ship could be sacrificed. With a pain in his conscience, List sat down and sighed in his heart. I hope nothing really happens. It's best to reach Red Crab Island safely. Bang! A bolt of lightning fell outside the window, and dark clouds shrouded the fast-sailing ship. The storm was coming. The wind was howling, accompanied by bean-sized raindrops. The originally stable fast-sailing ship quickly swayed in the wind and waves. List held the wall with one hand and looked out the window calmly. It was so dark that one could not see any light other than the lightning. It was as if a huge mouth had swallowed the entire ship. The shouts of the sailors could be vaguely heard from the deck. They were trying their best to control the ship to prevent it from being blown over by the strong wind. At sea, wind and waves were the main factors that led to ship accidents. Experienced captains knew how to avoid wind and waves. At this time, the waves were not very big, mainly because the wind was very strong, and coupled with the rain, the fast sailboat was flapping like a toy. The three siblings, who rarely experienced storms, were nervous for a while. They found that although the sailboat was swaying, and the bow and stern of the boat were rising and sinking, there were no signs of the boat turning over. They could not help but relax and look out the window. There was no sign of the specter ship. Maroto was indeed spouting nonsense. How could there be a Marquis Cohen specter ship? Levis said in disdain. Did Marquis Cohen really die in the Blue Dragon Island prison? Yes, this is not a secret. When Marquis Cohen participated in the coup and failed, he was immediately put under house arrest by the Grand Duke at that time. After everyone in the family was arrested, he was secretly executed in prison. The Sapphire family did not create its current glory by being soft-hearted. Levis said with a tone of admiration. He was very supportive of the Sapphire family. It seemed that, as Levis said, this was just an ordinary storm. Half an hour later, dark clouds still covered the sky, but the lightning had stopped. The heavy rain and strong wind also gradually calmed down, and the fast sailboat regained its stability. The storm is finally over. Ulvera stretched. But before she could finish sighing, the lookout who had climbed to the top of the mast blew the horn again. The low sound of the horn spread in the dark environment, giving off an eerie feeling. What's going on? There was no need for too much words. The constant sound of the horn made everyone's heart sink. They all understood the seriousness of the problem. The storm had stopped, but the danger had not been lifted. There must be a new danger approaching. Normally, they might think of sea monsters, but they had experienced the scare of the devil cloud. Everyone's heart was drumming, feeling as if they had bumped into the devil cloud. This feeling came true. Soon, a sailor shouted, "Ah, light! 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 It's the green light of the ghost ship." List and the others hurriedly climbed out of the cabin and onto the bow deck. Then, they saw a green light moving in the dark distance. It was moving towards them, flickering like a real will-o'-the-wisp. Others could only see a ghost fire. List cast magic eyes, but what he saw were signs of magic. The faint green magic outlined the vague shape of a damaged sailboat. It's really a ghost ship. He was shocked. He was not surprised. He had seen ghosts before, and there was a black dragon servant who was involved with ghosts. It could be seen that ghosts were not a legend, but a real existence. But he was very nervous. The danger of encountering a ghost ship in the vast sea was self-evident. Marquis Cohen's ghost ship is real? Levis, who was on the side, swallowed his saliva and was equally nervous. No one could restrain their nervousness in the face of such an incredible situation as the ghost ship. Even Dosen, an intermediate World of Warcraft, felt the uneasiness of the atmosphere. The dog hair on his back stood up and he growled. At this time, Levis's guard, Captain Leiden, a knight, stood up. "Don't be nervous, Sir Levis, Baron Lvera, Baron List, we are knight, we have chi, even the devil can cut off its head. Summon all knight, prepare to fight the ghost ship. Philip, Xavier, lead the squire knight and fight with Captain Leiden. List made a prompt decision. Soon, the battle team composed of knight and squire knight was assembled. Under Sir Ryden's command, each of them drew their weapons and prepared to face the approaching ghost ship. They could clearly see the decaying, damaged, mottled hull of the ship, and the flag with the symbol of a sheep's head hanging from the mast, burning with green flames. As Captain Morodo said, this was Marquis Cohen's ghost ship. Lord Baron, be careful. Paris pulled out her great sword and stood in front of List. Her tone was heavy. She felt the threat of the ghost ship. She was panicking, and her hand holding Dosen's chain turned white. But on the surface, List remained calm and forced himself to look calm. It's just a ghost ship. It might not be that strong when it's alive, so what if it's dead? My red blood sword hasn't been sharpened with fresh blood. Looks like I can't wait to enter the battlefield. I'll sharpen it with the ghost ship. Clang! He pulled out the red blood sword and circulated the chi in his body, getting into a battle stance. Creak, creak, creak. Chapter 247. There were still no dark clouds in the sky, and there was not a trace of light. Only the ghost ship was flickering with green willow, the wisp, and the sheephead flag was burning with flames, illuminating some of the sea. Full rudder left. Turn. Turn. Captain Morodo's voice cut through the silence, followed by the clatter of the rudder turning. However, this sound lasted for a while, and the speedboat still did not seem to turn around. We're trapped by the demons, Captain, we can't turn around. There's no wind, no waves, we can't move even with oars. It's over, it's really the devil's cloud, it's Marquis Cohen's ghost ship, it's coming to take revenge on us. I shouldn't have peeped at Lady Gaia taking a bath in the tavern. Really, I knew it would be retribution. The sailors were frightened. Captain Morodo was also at his wits' end. The speedboat seemed to be under a spell, motionless, waiting for the ghost ship to collide. Dosen, multiple rock thorns. Seeing that the captain was at his wits' end, List suddenly decided to make the first move. He pointed to the ghost ship and gave orders to Dosen. Dosen was nervous largely because of the atmosphere. In fact, it did not know what the ghost ship was. When it heard List's command, it opened its mouth and spat out magic. Puff! 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 A few rock thorns pierced out from the deck of the ghost ship, but surprisingly, these rock thorns did not destroy the ghost ship at all. Instead, they fell directly from the deck, and even the sound of falling into the sea could be heard. Thump, thump, thump. List wanted to say that this was not scientific. But since seeing dragons, elves, ghosts, and black dragons, what was scientific? Perhaps for this fantasy world, the existence of these things was science, but it could not be explained by science. While they were stunned, some sailors had already covered their heads and screamed, some even peed their pants. The captain sat in the captain's room, the jug in his hand swaying, wanting to drink but unable to. Even Elvira, who had always been brave, clenched her long sword and shouted with a trembling voice, "No!" Powerless to stop it. Everyone watched helplessly as the specter ship inevitably collided with the fast sailboats bow to bow, bit by bit. Hold on tight. It's going to be a naval battle. Captain Leiden raised his knight longsword high and shouted, "Knight, show your courage and charge with me." His performance was worthy of the identity of a knight, brave and fearless. However, the atmosphere was different from what he had imagined. The collision did not happen. The decaying ghost ship passed through the fast sailboat like a layer of fog, without any substance. Leiden raised his knight's sword in a daze. At this moment, the originally nervous Levis suddenly erupted with courage. "List, Elvira, come closer to me." Captain Leo, organize the night team to defend the deck. We'll fight these damned specters here. A knight with combat aura is invincible. List gripped the red blood sword tightly and quickly joined up with Levis. I want to fight alongside Big Brother and Big Sister. As he spoke, his eyes cast magic eyes. He could see the ghost ship burning with green will-o'-the-wisp. The body of the ship, outlined by magic, swallowed the fast sailboat bit by bit. Or rather, it could not be said to be swallowed. It just passed through like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, the decaying hull had already rushed in front of him. The decaying wooden hull was tattered, and one could even smell the smell of decay. It looked very real, but the ghost ship had already swallowed several sailors who could not dodge in time. One could still hear the sailors' cries for help while sitting on the deck. Creak! The harsh sound passed through the eardrums, and the overused magic eyes collapsed in an instant. List and the others were also swallowed by the ghost ship. Everything in front of them seemed to have changed in an instant. He was not standing on the deck of the fast sailboat, but on the decaying and tattered deck of the ghost ship. The surroundings were misty. He could not see Paris, Levis, and the others who were just beside him. But this was only the result of observation with the naked eye. It was as if he was trapped on the ghost ship. He even stretched out his feet and touched the hole in the deck. He could really put his feet in, which meant that he was really standing on the deck of the ghost ship. Why is this happening? Suppressing his nervousness, he thought quickly, but he still couldn't understand why he was standing on the deck of a fast sailboat a moment ago, and in the next moment, he was standing on the deck of a ghost ship. When he stepped on it, it sounded like the wooden planks would break at any moment. It was very real and not an illusion. Levis! Ulvera! He shouted, but no one answered. There was only the sound of the wood squeaking. Dosen! Paris! There was no response. The fog was rolling, and the light was dim. He could not even see the will-o'-the-wisp that he could see before. Am I trapped in the ghost ship? Why is this happening? Is my five senses hallucinating? Or is matter and spirit distorted at this moment? The triangular theory that mages believed in emerged in his mind. He remembered the theoretical principles that Glanny had said, matter, magic, and spirit were constantly changing. But the red blood sword was still in his hand. He did not believe that so many people and such a huge fast sailboat could be so quickly transformed. I must be hallucinating. Yes, hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes fiercely. Feeling that the fatigue had subsided, he immediately cast magic eyes again. In an instant, the surroundings underwent a drastic change again. He saw where the people around him went. The human figures outlined by magic did not go too far. They just kept spinning in place, even waving their weapons to fight and kill each other. He saw Levis, desperately waving his sword to cut the air in front of him. He saw Ulvera, holding her sword and shivering. He saw Captain Leiden, who cut a trainee knight to the ground. Then, he found Paris behind him, less than a meter away. Dosen was also there, but Paris and Dosen did not see each other. Paris held her big sword and nervously patrolled the surroundings, while Dosen kept opening his mouth and seemed to be barking. At this time, the movement of a magic human figure alerted List. The other party had fallen from the deck and into the cabin of the ghost ship. In other words, even if these people, including himself, were trapped in an illusion. But their location was still not on a fast sailboat, but on a ghost ship. Only a ghost ship had a rotten deck. Without time to think about the reason, List leaned directly toward Dosen and then slapped Dosen on the back. Dosen! Trembling Woods twisted his body, opened his mouth and spat out a rock spike. Fortunately, List was prepared. He twisted his body and dodged, continuing to pat Dosen and calling out, Dosen! You have even forgotten your master. Dosen seemed to have no reaction at all. His dog eyes were confused as he continued to release rock thorns randomly. It was not until List took out a piece of jerky and found an opportunity to stuff it into his mouth that he bit the jerky and shook his head, his pair of dog eyes regaining clarity. Chapter 248. After waking up Dosun, List's nervousness was greatly relieved. It was a bit unpleasant to say that a man relied on a dog's power, but it was really reassuring to have Dosun by his side. Woof woof. Dosun ate the jerky in 2 bites and barked again. It still couldn't see the surroundings clearly, only the misty surroundings. List also couldn't see the surroundings clearly. He could only judge his situation by the magic lines outlined by the magic eye. However, the magic eye collapsed once when the ghost ship switched to the real scene. As a result, his eyes were still very tired. He could not continue to persist after waking up Dosun, so he could only disperse the magic eye. After the magic eye dispersed, the boundary between reality and illusion blurred again. He could only come and go on the deck, unable to contact anyone else. What kind of state am I in now? How did the ghost ship cause this effect that is far beyond an illusion? He wanted to find Paris's position according to his memory, but unfortunately, after walking dozens of steps and passing through several holes on the deck, he still couldn't reach Paris. Only Dosun followed behind. Since Dosun was woken up by him with the jerky, he did not continue to fall into the illusion, and the dog leash was firmly held in his hand. Feeling that this was not safe, he tied one end of the dog leash to the belt on his waist, in case he fell into the illusion, and let go of Dosun's leash. Perhaps because he had been nervous too many times, although the current situation was unknown, he seemed to have adapted, and his mind returned to the calmest state. The magic of the dragon infects the surroundings and produces treasures, the magic of the elves affects crops and makes plants flourish, Dosun's magic can create rocks, and my chi can also leave my body and burn. All of this shows the existence of magic. Not only can it create things out of nothing, but it also has incredible effects. He carefully looked at the rolling fog around him. He felt that he had touched the essence of the ghost ship. So in essence, this ghost ship of Marquis Cohen is also a manifestation of magic? To say it is illusory, for it is only magic. To say it is real, for magic can affect reality. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this speculation was correct. However, it seemed that knowing the principle was useless. Those who should be trapped in the spectre ship were still trapped in the spectre ship. I should wait for my eyes to recover before I cast magic eyes again. Without magic eyes, it's almost impossible for me to move within the range of the spectre ship. The collapse of the magic eye just now caused him to feel tired, as if he had suffered a backlash. Ever since he became proficient in the magic eyes, he could almost continuously cast Chi's secret skills without getting tired. While circulating his Do Chi to recover from the fatigue in his eyes, he silently sighed, I hope that not everyone dies. He was supposed to go to Red Crab Island to celebrate the new year, and maybe he could get something good from Marquis Merlin, but he didn't expect to encounter the spectre ship, which was almost impossible to encounter. His luck was extremely bad. Haste makes waste. He did not immediately cast magic eyes, still waiting for the fatigue in his eyes to recover. After a while, under the continuous recovery of his chi, his eyes became spirited again, without the slightest feeling of fatigue. Almost there. In a flash, he cast magic eyes, and his vision, which was wrapped in mist, changed again. The outline of a sailboat and the silhouettes of people outlined by magic power immediately emerged. Based on his memory, he first found the shivering Elvira, who was being chased around in circles by a trainee knight. Bang! List kicked the trainee knight and then grabbed Elvira. Wake up, Elvira. Pata. Pata. 2 slaps on the face, but Elvira still did not wake up. In desperation, List dragged her directly and stuffed her into a cabin of the spectre ship. No one slashed her, so he let her toss around in the cabin first. After rescuing Lvera, List did not stop. He took Dosen and spent a lot of effort to grab Levis and drag him into a cabin. The dizzy Levis could not exert the combat power of an elite Earth Knight. After rescuing his brother and sister, he was ready to drag Paris into the cabin again. However, Paris was far more skilled than others. After being beaten by List and Dosen, she still could not be restrained and even showed signs of transformation. Seeing this, List simply ignored her. With her combat power, it was estimated that no one on this ship could match her. If I want to wake these people up, I'm afraid I have to get rid of the Spectre ship. The Spectre ship without ghosts was no threat to List, who had magic eyes. Let's go, Dosen, to the place where the magic is the brightest. Holding Dosen, he went straight to the place where the magic of the Spectre ship was the strongest. Green magic power formed a vague outline of the Spectre ship, and there were 3 obvious places where the magic power was concentrated. One was the sheephead flag at the top of the mast, which was burning with magic flames. The other was the bow of the ship, which looked like a dragon-shaped sculpture, a sculpture of the Sapphire Dragon. The people of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire believed that the Sapphire Dragon could suppress all the sea monsters in the Azure Waves Sea and protect the safety of the crew. But at this time, the bow of the ship, which was burning with green flames, was not like a dragon, but more like a bat. The last place, which was where List was going, was in the middle of the cabin. The magic there was not as strong as the sheephead flag and the dragon-shaped bow, but it seemed to be the heart of the entire Spectre ship. Every magic that outlined the outline of the Spectre ship originated from here. Woof woof. Dosen's huge body followed List with difficulty, crossing the rotten wood and walking to the middle of the cabin. There was a constant creaking sound under their feet, as if the planks under their feet would be broken at any time. In fact, they shouldn't have brought Dosen down. The cabin and aisle below were very narrow. It was not suitable for Dosen at all, but with Dosen, List had the confidence to walk alone in the eerie and terrifying Spectre ship. We're almost there. A few more steps forward, and they would reach the cabin room with a strong magic light. But at this moment, the Spectre ship, which was so quiet that only the sound of the planks could be heard, suddenly heard a subtle voice. It was not clear. But List didn't think that he was hallucinating, because Dosen also pricked up his ears and looked in the direction of the sound. Woof woof. Dosen, shoo. List comforted Dosen. He listened carefully. The voice was intermittent, but it did reach them. It was vague, and only a few incoherent words could be heard. Chase. Die. Andy. Loyal. Mother. Home. Magic. Save. Curtis. Madman. No, and these words were obviously not said by one person. It was a group of people shouting noisily. Andy? Curtis? It sounds like 2 names. List was muttering these 2 names when suddenly a pale face appeared on the magic wall in front of him. The face seemed to be shouting at List, but it also seemed to be shouting to itself, no. This unexpected scene scared List so much that he stabbed the red blood sword straight into the face. The fire attribute chi exploded, and the magic that formed the face was blown to pieces. The face disappeared, and so did the shouting. Chapter 249. Bang! Kicking open the cabin door, List walked into the destination with the red blood sword. When he entered the cabin, he suddenly discovered that the reason why there was a large concentration of magic power here was because the walls of the cabin were engraved with dense magic runes. In the square cabin, there was only a simple square table and a stool. There was a book on the table and a box of ink with a quill pen in the ink. The green magic runes flickered constantly, creating a mysterious and magical atmosphere. Woof woof. After squeezing into the cabin, Dosen barked directly at a wall. List followed Dosun's gaze and looked at the wall, only to see another pale face appear. It opened its mouth and shouted sharply, "Damn it! Go to hell!" List raised the red blood sword and stabbed it, piercing the pale face. However, on the other side of the wall, between the gaps of the magic runes, a pale human face suddenly appeared. The facial features were blurry, and a shrill voice was heard. "Curtis, you lunatic! Noisy!" List wanted to attack again and explode this thing that he didn't know whether it was a ghost or a ghost, but he suddenly stopped. This thing didn't seem to have any harm, so he might as well listen to what it had to say. He didn't want to kill it. After shouting this sentence, the face directly retreated. Then, on the third wall, a pale face also appeared, screaming shrilly, "They're coming!" Then on the fourth wall, a pale face appeared and screamed, "Great magician, save us!" So, this is similar to the message left by the crew when they were alive? List took a deep breath and walked to the edge of the table in the middle of the cabin. He raised the red blood sword and touched the book on the table. The book didn't seem to be real because it was also outlined by magic power. At this moment, the face that should have been pierced and exploded on the first wall appeared again and screamed, "Mom, I want to go home." "Woof woof!" Dosun barked. List ignored him. When the sword touched the book, it felt like it had touched something solid, and it did not trigger any traps. Only then did he feel at ease and pick up the book. It was thick and heavy, with the words, "To His Royal Highness Annette, Curtis Truth," written on the cover. With just a glance, he tried to put the magic book into the gem space. It was easy to fit in. This was a real book, not something that the Spectre ship had created, something between reality and illusion. Of course, it is also possible that it is indeed a book between reality and illusion, but it is fixed by the special nature of the gem space, so that it can continue to exist in the gem space. At this moment, another pale face appeared on the wall and shouted, "For His Highness Annette." "Your Highness Annette?" List's hands did not stop. He stuffed ink, quill pens, tables, and benches into the gem space. "If I'm not mistaken, His Highness Annette is a prince of the Sapphire family? A prince who did not sit on the throne of the Grand Duke?" The name of the Sapphire family began with an A, that is, an, as a commemoration of their ancestors. The first Grand Duke was the Dragon Knight Anderson Sapphire, the second was Anflor Sapphire, the third was Andit Sapphire, the fourth was Anchek Sapphire, and now the fifth Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire. This was common knowledge among the aristocrats. If you don't even know who the Grand Dukes of the last few generations were, then the aristocrat is absolutely unqualified. There is no Grand Duke named Annette. While thinking, another pale face appeared and screamed, "We're done for. It's Andy's fleet." Huh? List suddenly jolted. Andit was the name of the third Grand Duke. On one side, it was shouting loyalty to Annette, and on the other side, it was screaming that Andit's fleet was chasing after them. In this way, the answer in the fog was obvious. Annette should be a member of the Sapphire family who competed with Andit for the position of Grand Duke. He was probably the brother of Grand Duke Andit. Thinking that Marquis Cohen was killed because he participated in the palace coup, it could be seen that Marquis Cohen probably supported Annette. In the end, Annette won. Well, I already know this palace secret. So, what should I do next? List looked at the empty cabin, then at the dense magic runes on the walls, and quietly pondered. Pale faces continued to appear on the walls. Various screams were repeated. "They are chasing us. Damn it. We are finished, it is Andit's fleet. Loyal to His Highness Annette. Mom, I want to go home. Sir Great Magician, save us. Curtis, you madman. No." The shrill screams made List feel annoyed, and time did not allow him to think about it in detail. The longer they stayed here, the more people on board might die. They would all be killing each other, just like Captain Morodo's son, the ship that encountered the Spectre ship. In the end, only 2 sailors came back alive. Whatever. List put the red blood sword back into the scabbard at his waist, took out a fine steel axe from the gem space, and then aimed it at the wall of the cabin. Bang! The wood of the wall splashed, and the magic runes splashed everywhere. Dosen wanted to chase these magic runes, but he saw that the magic runes passed through him and flew back to the wall. Even the wood that was split by the axe gradually began to dissipate, and the wall was slowly restored. Huh! List did not believe it. He slashed the axe twice, but only a large piece of wood fell to the ground. Seeing that the wood seemed to gradually dissipate, new wood appeared on the wall. His brain moved, and he directly picked up the board on the ground and threw it into the gem space. The next moment, the new wood shadow on the wall dissipated and could not be restored. The magic runes that should have been engraved on the wood also lost their carrier and floated quietly in the cabin. List smiled. It works. Next, he kept swinging his battle axe, constantly destroying the walls, and throwing the cut boards into the gem space one by one. I don't care what's going on with your ghost ship. I'll tear down all 4 walls of your magic runes. Let's see how you're going to play tricks on me. While dismantling, he panted. This was a strenuous job. If 4 walls are not enough, I'll go all out today and dismantle the whole ghost ship. Clang! Clang! Amidst Dosen's woof woof cheering, and the pale screams that kept appearing and disappearing, List used a battle axe to cut down all 4 walls of the cabin, and stuffed a piece of wood into the gem space. Only the pillars on the outside of the wall were left, crumbling. Those magic runes all fell from the wooden boards and floated in the air. When the last wooden board was taken away by List, the magic runes seemed to have received a chain reaction and began to spin rapidly. Under List's surprised gaze, they scattered and reorganized, transforming into a female mage shrouded in a magic cloak. Chapter 250. Who are you? Why did you disturb my sleep? The female magician's cloak was also burning with a faint green light. Her figure and face could not be seen clearly. However, it could be felt that she was a petite woman. Her voice was a little erratic, and in such an environment, it seemed particularly gloomy. List had seen 30-60 ghosts before, so he was not too surprised by such a form of ghost. He just found it interesting that people could really exist in the form of a soul and still retain their own consciousness. He put away the fine steel axe and replaced it with the red blood sword. He mobilized the chi in his body and was ready to fight back at any time. List said, "Are you Curtis Truth?" "Curtis." The female ghost magician bowed her head and seemed to be recalling. After a long time, she raised her head, and the green light in her eyes flashed. "That was my name before I self-exiled." "Night, why did you disturb my sleep?" "Self-exiled?" List was a little confused. He did not open the magic book, to His Royal Highness Annette, Curtis Truth. Now that he thought about it, it might be a will written in a book. "It's not that I want to disturb your slumber. In fact, you're the one who disturbed my journey. My ship encountered a storm at sea, and then your specter ship approached and pulled me onto this strange specter ship." Ghost ship. The female ghost magician fell into thought again. Probably because she had been sleeping for too long, her mind was not very bright. Judging from the time when Grand Duke Andy ascended the throne, it had a history of more than 100 years. Has the goat become a ghost ship, Annette? Uncle Cohen, the ghost magician's voice became more and more ethereal as she fell into the memory of the past. List, however, did not care about the atmosphere at all. He interrupted rudely, "Stop, wait a minute. My friends have been bewitched by the specter and are killing each other on the deck. Can you dispel the specter first? I have self-exiled. The goat has become a ghost ship, which is not something I can control." "Huh? The spectral sorcerer's ethereal voice suddenly became sharp. My place of hibernation. Damn it, you actually destroyed my place of hibernation. The place of slumber you mentioned, is it the 4 walls engraved with magic runes? Damn it. I used the souls of the entire ship's crew as spellcasting materials to set up a cursed magic circle. It's a place of slumber that I used to exile myself. The spectre mage was so angry that the green light all over her body was trembling, and the whole spectre ship was shaking with her. The Rottenwood fell piece by piece, as if it would shatter at any moment. Using the souls of a ship's crew as a casting material? List's scalp went numb. He didn't expect the female spectre in front of him to be such a cruel archmage when she was alive. No wonder some people called her a lunatic. So what if you're going to die? You actually dragged a whole boat of people along with you to live a life worse than death. Curtis, I have a whole new level of respect for you. I let them die because they deserved to die. On the mountain goat, they were either traitors who betrayed Annette or followers who were willing to sacrifice everything for him. This matter-of-fact tone was quite unpleasant. He was no longer in the mood to argue with the spectre mage. He directly shouted, "Well, let's talk nonsense later. Now, you should release the control of the spectre ship on my friends. If you don't want to, I will directly dismantle the mountain goat so that you won't even have a place to stand." Where did you put my place of hibernation? That's the soul-sinking wood made from the remnant souls of dragons. It's impossible for you to destroy it. Where are they? Burned. Burned? Impossible. I really burned it. Otherwise, where else could they go? List held the red blood sword, thinking of getting useful information. Only by knowing the role of the so-called soul-sinking wood could he threaten the spectre mage. Burned. The spectre mage trembled all over, and the spectre ship kept shaking. The creaking sound was endless, as if it would fall apart at any time. Since you've burned it, then you can go to hell. She suddenly turned into a green light and rushed towards List. List quickly erupted the fire-attributed chi in his body, raised the red blood sword, and swung a big fire wave. His chi burned with flames, and when the spectre mage rushed over, it instantly exploded. Boom! The spectre magician was immediately blown into pieces, transforming back into magical runes that revolved in the air and condensed into the image of Curtis Truth. She stared at List with hatred and did not attack again. You didn't burn the soul-sinking wood. You can't burn the soul-sinking wood. After my soul exiled itself, it has merged with the soul-sinking wood. If you burn the soul-sinking wood, I will also disappear, and not continue to exist. It seems that you have regained your senses. List was still holding the red blood sword, highly vigilant. The soul-sinking wood was indeed not burned, but it is in my hands. If you want to go back, then first deactivate the spectre ship and let my friends regain their senses. List's magic eyes had already seen that the people on the deck were still circling and occasionally killing each other. Many people had already fallen. Return the soul-sinking wood to me, or all your companions will die. The spectre mage's voice returned to its previous gloomy tone. In that case, I can only dismantle this spectre ship and find a way to save them myself. List directly ordered Dosen, multiple rockthorns. Puff. Puff. Dosen's rockthorns were randomly placed, and the thick rockthorns pierced the spectre ship with sawdust everywhere. Then one could see the rockthorns falling into the sea one after another, as if the wood on the ship did not exist. However, it was clear that the rockthorns broke many planks, and the broken planks could not be restored. Woof woof. For a while, Dosen had been unable to use his strength. Now that he had received the order, how could he hold back? The rockthorns pierced randomly as if they were free. The degree of violence was far greater than List's. Under its violent piercing, the spectre ship soon made an unbearable cracking sound, and the keel of the entire ship seemed to be broken. Then the outline of the specter ship, which was outlined with magic power, slowly dimmed. Watching the specter ship being damaged bit by bit. The specter mage's chest heaved violently, and finally, unable to bear it, she said, "Tell your dog to stop, and I will tell you how to break the banishing fog of the specter ship." Banishing fog? Between reality and illusion is the source of magic power, the place of exile for souls. The specter ship, sailing on the ocean of the land of exile, will take away everything it encounters. The specter mage said irritably, "You won't understand even if I explain. Now, do as I say. Speak." The bow of the ship is the door to the real world, and the sheephead flag on the mast is the beacon of the land of exile. Take down that flag and insert it on the dragon head of the bow of the ship, and it will guide the specter ship away from the land of exile and back to the real world. At that time, you will be free from the specter ship. What about you? Return my soul to me, and continue my self-exile. I brought disaster to Annette and Uncle Cohen. Only the eternal exile of the soul is the best home and atonement. At this moment, the specter mage. The face under the hood, which was originally unclear, became clear. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.